Checking. Test. All right, looks okay. Welcome, one and all, to our Monday morning live stream of Mass Effect 1 Legendary Edition. I've been seeing your complaints about my microphone quality, and I don't have a solution. The only thing I can think of is that maybe I've got a faulty cable after all this time, so I'm going to buy a new one and replace it. Until then, I'm going to do my best not to touch it. He says, and then immediately touches it. Check. Test! I think it's okay. I think it's all right. Happy Veterans Day. Memorial Day, everybody. My kids are at their mom's right now, so I have the entire place to myself. I hope you've been enjoying your day off and you've been spending time with your loved ones and remembering the reason for the day, everybody. Let me see. Let me get the chat up here. And I hope you enjoyed my video for the weekend. That was a very difficult video to get out. I did a video on all of the special encounters in Fallout Tactics. It was over 30 of them. The video ended up being 1 hour and 20 minutes long, and it took me forever to get done. But I finally got it done, and I finally published it on Sunday. And I hope you enjoyed it. Now, it's not our last video ever in Fallout Tactics. There are a couple more videos in Fallout Tactics that I want to do. Not about the story of the game, but more about my impressions of the game, the implications towards lore of the game, how much of it we can consider to be canonical, how Fallout Tactics inspired later Fallout games, things like that. And so I'm working on those right now, and I plan to get those out over the coming weeks before we move on to our next series. And that is the plan, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be moving on to a new Fallout series. I've already got the theme music made. I'm working on the intro animated video right now, and I'm looking forward to sharing it with all of you. But no spoilers. I'm not going to talk about it just yet. I know many of you are curious. On Sunday, I did something that I hadn't done before. Well, I hadn't done it since the release of Fallout 76, and that was a premiere. I did a live premiere on YouTube, and I sat there for 1 hour and 20 minutes with the entire chat as my Tactics video premiered live to everyone on YouTube. And that was a lot of fun. I got to answer questions on the fly as we were all watching my new video together. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that again because it just so happened that it coincided with my kids being away from the house, so I was able to sit and do that. But it was a lot of fun, and I enjoyed spending that time with all of you. Train Operator says, no derby. Wow, have a fun stream. Thank you, Train Operator. I hope you'll stick around. I hope the lack of a derby isn't a turnoff. Let's see what Oxhorn's doing. Hop on YouTube. Oh, no derby? Well, have a nice stream. I'm sure that's not how you meant it, Train Operator. I'm positive. And then Adrian Parker says, hey, Oxhorn, hope your day is going well. Thank you, Adrian Parker. My day is going very well so far. So I've been working on what I want to play now that we've finished Sherlock Holmes and The Witcher 3. And so I went through my entire list of games that you guys have been recommending to me over the year, really, over the pandemic. And I filtered through the list, and I ticked off ones that I didn't want, and then I kept the ones that I did want. And then I went through games that were released this year, and I made a list of all of the games that looked interesting to me, that piqued my curiosity. And I put that in a straw poll, which I shared out on Twitter, and we've been getting some results all morning. Currently, there are over 1,600 votes for which ones you guys wanted, and I didn't make it so that you had to pick one. I made it so that if any of the ones on the list were interesting to you, just put a check mark by it. So far, Resident Evil 4 is winning hands down. Which I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. There are a number of indie titles on this list, lesser known games. And so if you don't recognize the title, I encourage you to go and watch a trailer for the game before voting. And then if interested, maybe leave a vote on the poll to let me know that maybe that's something you're interested in. All of the indie games that I kind of wanted to do, they're all last on the list right now. So, what can you do? But no surprises. Everyone wants Resident Evil, Horizon, Forbidden West when it comes out, of course. And then Assassin's Creed, strangely enough, is beating Assassin's Creed Odyssey is strangely enough beating Assassin's Creed Valhalla, even though Valhalla is a newer game. So, well, it's interesting to see it's good to see some interest there. Days Gone is after the Assassin's Creed franchises, but only by a few votes. And honestly, Days Gone is looking really good to me, so I'm probably going to be doing that one sooner than later. Dead Space is right up there. I know you guys really want it. I couldn't get it to work on my computer, but I'm going to try again. Yeah, all those indie games are way, way at the bottom. That's a bummer. Well, tell you what, this poll is open right now, and it's going to remain open, so you guys can continue to vote in the poll if you want. Anyway, it's good to see everybody. Do I have a hair hanging over my face? What's going on here? I feel like there's a hair hanging over my eyes. Anyway, it's good to see. Oh, there it is. It's one of my cat hairs. It's one of the cat. Anyway, it's wonderful to see everybody on Facebook today. Jocelyn, Ryan, Ben, Aaron, and Ty. Jocelyn says, greetings from the Ryans. Hubby is traveling, but luckily I am not. Excited for the stream today. Thank you, Jocelyn. I am excited as well. We get to dive back into the world of Mass Effect. Then Survivor from the Old Era on YouTube with a donation of stars says, hey Oxhorn, currently watching the Outer Worlds streams you did. Just stopping in to say, Havarti, Pavarotti, and cysts falling like apples from the tree. I kept getting her name wrong at the beginning of the game. Like the first few live streams, her name's Parvati, but I kept getting it wrong. I kept calling her Pavarotti and then Harvati. But no, I got it. I finally got it. Daniel Holmes says, hey Oxhorn, I recommend you play Assassin's Creed Origins before the other two. Really? Is that something the chat agrees with? Assassin's Creed Origins? ...2017. Very positive reviews. Is that what you guys want? Alright, maybe. I was kind of looking forward to the Grecian theme, though. Pamble says, hi Ox, special encounter video was great. And this time you did not miss the Planescape reference like you did with the reference in Fallout 2. That dialogue about the floating skull was with Barman and Gecko. Oh, was it? I don't recall that. But thank you for that one, Pavel. Brian Sanchez says Mutant Year Zero is doing pretty surprisingly good. Yeah, I was surprised about that as well. I kind of threw that one in there on a lark. It was recommended, so I've been saving all of your recommendations in a big list, and it was one of the ones that was recommended. And I pulled it out of the list to watch a trailer for it, and I was intrigued by it, honestly. It's quirky. It's a quirky, and it's turn-based, but it's a quirky little game. But it's got over 50 votes. So I was surprised by that one. I mean, it's certainly not near the top of the list, but there's significant interest towards it. Check out Dying Light, says Pikachu the Ferret. Yeah, I took a look at that one. Why didn't I put it on my list? Dying Light 2. Okay, Dying Light 2 is coming out this year, towards the end of this year. All right, well, maybe we should play Dying Light 1 as it gets closer to December. That way we can have some continuity between the two. Deathica says, looking forward to having a reason to get up in the morning with Mass Effect Mondays for the next 3 years or so, lol. Yeah, well, it's going to be a while. I don't want to do Mass Effect every live stream because I think that would get tedious for everybody. And I want to have a little bit of variety in there, you know, it being the spice of life and everything. So that's why I'm wanting to explore more games to play on other days. And I'll be taking a look at your input. Josh Bunton says, Ox, please enjoy the game, and please don't listen to the chat if they encourage you to play on Insane. I beat Mass Effect 1 on Insane over the weekend, and it isn't worth the pain. Okay, well, I haven't had anybody ask me to play it on Insane difficulty yet, but if they do, I'll be sure to ignore them. Thank you very much, Josh. And then Ghost Whisperer of the Night says, hey, Oxhorn, have you heard of a horror game called Song of Horror? I'm not really familiar with it, but I'm willing to give it a try. Haven't heard it. Song of Horror. Oh, wait. Apparently, I looked at this one. Oh. Why didn't I put it on the list? I don't remember my reasons for not putting half of the ones on the list. I'll have it open over here and revisit it. Joaquin says, good to see you, Ox. I'd love to stick around, but I have to work. I hope you're enjoying the world of Mass Effect. I am having a great time in this world. And then Rachel says, haven't gotten to look at the games yet. Are there any detective games on the list? There's no better person for a detective game than a Fallout player. Thank you, Rachel. I really enjoyed all of the detective games that we played together, but I haven't seen any detective games that are being released this year. Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1 is on the list. Was thinking of you when I put it on there. And it's doing okay. It's got around 90 votes right now, but it's not released yet. Now, there are a few indie horror games on the list that have a detective element to them. Like, I think the Dark Pictures anthology does. I'm not sure. It's been a while since I watched the trailers. But it's not doing terribly well. It's only got about 45 votes right now. Justin says, I think Assassin's Creed Black Flag is the best, but that's just my opinion. Well, thank you. I mean, I haven't waded into the Assassin's Creed franchise yet, and I got to start somewhere. Maybe once I do, we can do some of the other games as well. Fabrizio says, a couple of years ago, I was watching a stream of yours, and my girlfriend upstairs yelled out, what you watching? I yelled back, Oxhorn, and she thought I said popcorn. So since then, we refer to you as Popcorn. You know what would be even better is if you eat popcorn while watching Oxhorn. What you watching? Popcorn. What you eating? Popcorn. I mean, it works. I like it. Thank you, Fabrizio. Jacob says, hey, Oxhorn, loving the Mass Effect streams. Hope you're enjoying your playthrough. Remember, if you're ever looking for a new Obsidian game, Tyranny is always a good option. All right, well, let's open up Tyranny. Man, I finally solidified my list, and you guys are giving me new games. Tyranny by Obsidian. It's on Steam. All right. It's an isometric-looking game. I'll take a look at it later. Thank you for that one. Fanta says, after finishing Resident Evil 5, Ox, it's still worth a play after 4. It's Resident Evil, but military. Plus co-op for AI or AI partner. It isn't bad, but could be better. Ooh, I don't think I want to play it with an AI partner. I mean, I learned my lesson after Wolfenstein Youngblood, right? Don't think I want an AI partner. Slidey Bartfast says, the Hanar in me says this one is sad. The Witcher streams have ended. But the Elcor in me says, joyfully, I'm glad Mass Effect is being streamed. I got you. I now understand the reference, having played Mass Effect. Thank you, Slatty Bartfast. Alt Grendel says, you left Minesweeper off. How could you? Well, I had to make cuts somewhere. Alt Grendel. Brian Sanchez says, Far Cry 6, Ox. How could you forget that? Well, I mean, I haven't done any of the Far Cry games yet, and there are so many franchises here that I would be wading into. Assassin's Creed, that I would be stepping into for the first time. Dead Space, that I'd be stepping into for the first time. Silent Hill, that I'd be stepping into for the first time. And if any of those worked out, of course, I'd have to go play the rest of them like I'm doing with Resident Evil right now. And then to add another one to that, the Far Cry series, to step into that for the first time. I realize that Far Cry 6 is coming out later this year, and maybe I should play it just because it's going to be new, but we'll see. Anna Pitzer says, please play Assassin's Creed Odyssey and pick Cassandra as your character. It's really the best way to play. Well, maybe I will. Daniel Holmes says, my birthday was this past weekend. Can I get a smoked ring? Okay. There you go. Well, the first one was better. There, I got one good one in there. Julian Z says, hello Oxhorn, enjoying having Mass Effect Mondays. Is there an opportunity today to go a little longer? Or do you have a hard stop? Play on, sir. Well, I still have to do my next lore video for the weekend. And so I still have to use part of my day today to work on that. So I'm going to try and keep it around 4 hours. It's not really a hard stop, but I do need to end so that I can get some other work done. Shadow Snake 89 says, I'm excited to have a day off to watch you play my favorite franchise. Can't wait to see all of your opinions about the cast. I can't wait either. And then Rachel says, your last poll, you didn't even play the winner. Lol. I mean, that's the secret, right? Find out what the fans want, then do the opposite. That's how I live my life. Is that true? Is that true, Rachel? Did I not pick the winner? What was the winner from my last poll? This is why I shouldn't do polls, really, because no matter what, someone's going to get bummed. If I don't pick the top one, people are going to be upset. The Mac Death says, check At Dead of Night. It's a horror game with live actors. Oh. I didn't look at this one. At Dead of Night. 2020. A new release. Okay. Ooh. Oh, I like the way it looks. Very film noir, very detective mystery. All right, looks like a walking simulator, but a detective walking simulator. Compelling. I might have to take a look at it. Thank you, The Mac Death. All right, I should probably get to the game, huh? Jocelyn Ryan on Facebook says, Ox, your lighting keeps getting lighter and darker. Yeah, that's kind of unavoidable. The reason it's doing that is because of the blinds in the background. I mean, I could close my blinds, but I like having light in my office. It'll help when I do this. When I make the camera smaller, it'll help. Like if I go out of here. Right? See, when I do that, the camera is focusing on the next object that's closer in the room, which is going to be the background. And when it does that, I kind of go dark. So don't worry, it won't be permanent. Jessica Sharp says, I ended my Mass Effect stream on Twitch right before you went live on YouTube. Great timing. Awesome, Jessica. Well, hopefully I won't be doing exactly what you did during your live stream. Jacob Tebb says, take the games at your own pace, Ox. We'll all be here for a long time. Plenty of time for plenty of games. That's how I feel about it as well. All right. knowing this, it's going to flicker a bit and load something in the background and do a bunch of weird stuff while it loads it. Coffee. Adam Burrows says, have you considered doing any grand strategy for your other streams like Total War or Civilization? Playing either titles isn't as big an issue either. I mean, no. I mean, I have, and I've decided that I don't want to, for a couple of reasons. The first is that I've tried streaming strategy games in the past. And it was Civilization 6, actually. I tried streaming Civilization 6, and there wasn't an interest. People were getting bored really fast. I enjoy strategy games personally. I grew up on strategy games like Age of Empires and StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2. So I enjoy them. I don't know if streaming them is really effective because, at least for my streams, people tune in for the story, my reactions to the story. They don't tune in to watch me furrow my brow while I try to figure out if the red tribe is going to attack from the east, and if so, maybe I should build a barricade over here. But then if I do that, it's going to leave my horsemen vulnerable here. And I mean, it's fun, but it doesn't really make for scintillating live streaming. So when it comes to strategy games, I don't really stream a lot of those. But I do enjoy them on a personal level. Alien Face says, hey, Oxhorn, take a look at the Necromunda Hired Gun. I think it just came out. Necromunda Hired Gun. Man, I get all of your recommendations processed, and you're already giving me more tabs to have open on my browser. Here we go. All right. Rachel says, it was Far Cry 5, lol. That was fine with me. Was it? Oh, was it Far Cry 5? Well, yeah, I should probably, I don't know, maybe. Wormy says, thanks again for making that special smoke ship on Friday. You're welcome. Anything with unicorns, my friend. Amy Ray says, will you play the new Horizon Zero Dawn when it comes out? Yes, I will. Okay. Now I need to figure out what I was doing. How do I get to my quests again? This is the problem when it's going to be on the map, right? There we go. Okay, so 2 final quests left to do on the Citadel before we can move off of it. The first is the fan. You've been approached by Conrad Werner. He seemed like a harmless fan. What harm could there be in talking with him if you meet him again? All right. Now that I've got this selected, is it going to appear on the map? Doesn't appear to. Okay, so let's ignore that one for now. And let's go to Citadel, Rita's sister, and Shellac. Make the pickup. Shellac wants you to pick up a weapons shipment from the arms dealer in the lower wards. He doesn't want you to cause any trouble. All right. Torin says, play Mass Effect 1 on Legendary level mode. It's a better experience. I mean, the chat is divided. I just had somebody tell me not to increase the difficulty mode. What difficulty am I playing on again? I'm playing on Veteran. So there is no Legendary mode. There's Hardcore and Insanity, and I'm playing on Veteran. All right, let's go to the War Ends. I believe that's right. Oh, doggone it. Does that go to the Warrens? No, this goes to Docking Bay, to the lower wards. Yeah, that does go to the lower wards. Brian Sanchez says, I completed my Ultra Paragon playthrough yesterday, and for the first time ever, I got one of the perfect endings. Also, you will meet Conrad 3 times. Awesome. Well, then I'm not worried about it. I guess he'll come find me. God. I recognize this song. Matt says Garrus. Oh, was that Garrus? Anthony says, I just finished my first Far Cry game, Far Cry 5, and loved it. Highly recommended. Torrin says, not difficulty, how the character levels up. You pick it at the beginning of the new game menu. Didn't realize you were this far in. Brett Bus says, hey Ox, Conrad's side quest is a game-long quest. You just come back after each main mission. Julian Z says, Ox, don't worry, you're already playing on Legendary mode. It has to do with the level scaling, not game difficulty. All right, thank you, everybody. All right, so Garrus drove by, or walked by, but it looks like I missed him. Vicky T says, hi Oxhorn, would you consider playing Kingdoms of Amular Reckoning? It's older and just had a remake, but it's very fun lore-wise to play, even if it's not on a stream. Thank you for the Mass Effect streams. Maybe I'll have to add it to the list. Alright, so if he walked up here, he would be over here, right? Because those are all elevators. There, yeah, it must be him, right?
Heading out.
Is that Garrus? Man of Warb says Garrus will appear after you go to meet the council again. All right, well then I'm not going to worry about it. I'll worry about Garrus later.
Not without an airlift.
What am I doing wrong? What am I doing wrong?
A Solarian excavation team has run into an unexpected problem after unearthing a Prothean dig site. Hanar protesters have blockaded the dig site, claiming that artifacts of the Enkindlers, as the Hanar call them, should not be disturbed. The excavation team has appealed to Hanar representatives on the Citadel to reach a diplomatic solution.
It was spacebar. It wasn't E, or F, or left click, or any of the other normal interaction buttons. It was spacebar. I gotta remember. I'll get back into it, don't worry. Terry with the tip, thank you. And then Have a Knife Day says, remember, if it wasn't for veterans like Commander Shepard, we'd all have been harvested by the Reapers. Well, that's one way to remember the day. Pavel says, legendary mode is not difficulty, but level scaling. 30 level cap instead of the original 60. 2 times faster gaining skills. It helps game a lot, and you picked it already. Okay, thank you for that one. Lower markets. Oh, I just got a codex entry. Technology. Communications administration. While comm buoys allow rapid transmission, there is a finite amount of bandwidth available. Given that trillions of people may be trying to pass a message through a given buoy at any one time, access to the network is parceled out on priority tiers. The Citadel Council and the Spectres have absolute priority. If they are using all of the bandwidth, everyone else must wait. Individual governments and their militaries enjoy the next highest tier. During wartime, civilian communication can suffer hours or even days of lag. Intelligence agencies study ping time through various systems to predict military buildups. Below the governments and militaries, bandwidth priority is sold to the highest bidder. Media conglomerates, particularly headline news networks, purchase higher priority to provide their viewers with timely information. Corporations that require timely information and response capability, for example, financial institutions and investment firms, also invest heavily in priority access. The funds acquired through sales of bandwidth are used to maintain and expand the communications infrastructure. While everyone with a computer has guaranteed free and unlimited access to the Galactic extranet, they are last in line for bandwidth and may have to wait for their requests to be processed. Bandwidth resale corporations use investment capital to purchase blocks of high-priority access made available by paid subscription. Well, the entire thing sounds really shady to me. Brandon Murphy says, Ox, are you riding the elevator or trying to shoot it? I was just trying to poke it. That's what I was doing. Fabrizio says, I have definitely eaten popcorn while watching you. Popcorn. Thank you, Fabrizio. And then Adam says, according to GameFAQs, Garrus will find you as you leave after you talk to the council, as the sequence was broken a bit talking to Tally first, I think. All right, well, then I won't worry about it. Thank you.
Hey, I know you. You're Shepard, right? I was on Mindwar during the Blitz. Saw you on the vids when you got your medal. You saved the whole colony.
Looks like you have a fan.
I'm sorry, I just never thought I'd meet someone like you in person. My name's Lang, Officer Eddie Lang, Citadel Security. It's an honor to meet you, Commander. What are you doing down here in the wards? Anything I can help you with?
Why'd you join Citadel Security?
I don't know. Seemed like the right thing to do, you know? Maybe it's in my blood. My grandfather was a cop back on Earth. It's kind of what CSEC is. Police for the Citadel. I'm still pretty new at it, but I like it so far. Way more interesting than staying back on Earth. You get to meet all kinds of cool aliens, like those Hanar. Wild. Plus, CSEC gets a lot of respect here. We uphold the law. People, even aliens, appreciate that.
How do you like working here on the Citadel?
This place is amazing. I've been here almost a year, and I still haven't seen a tenth of it. The Presidium's just so beautiful. Good place to go and relax. But I really like it here down in the wards. There's always something going on somewhere. Like that new club they just opened a few months ago, Flux. Wicked scene in there, Commander. You should check it out when you have some time.
What do you know about the Spectres?
Just the stuff they show in the vids. They always make them out to be super agents on secret missions to save the galaxy. I know it's not really like that, though. Some of the other CSEC guys don't like them too much. Figure they shouldn't be able to operate outside the law. But if they were so bad, the Council wouldn't use them, right?
Terry Williams became a Bronze Ox. Thank you, Terry.
Do you know a CSEC officer named Harkin?
I shouldn't really say too much. He's been on the force a lot longer than me. But I've heard things, you know? Drinking on the job, taking bribes, that kind of thing. Rumors mostly, but they suspended him, so some of it must be true.
I have to go.
Right. You're probably real busy. Well, see you around, Commander.
See you around.
A few of my people have visited here on their pilgrimage, but their descriptions of the wards hardly do them justice.
What? Thought I was supposed to go to the wards. Jenna is working for the detective Chelik at CSEC. Chelik is adamant that he needs Jenna to stay put, but he says, okay, make the pickup. In the lower wards markets. can't go to another map, can I? Upper markets. To Flux, Presidium, lower markets. There we go. Lower markets.
Best place on this ward to buy upgrades.
Quick save.
Hold it. That's close enough, Army. You got my payment?
I didn't come here to look.
Show them the merchandise. That looks about right. Damn straight it is. These mods are the best on the market. Now hand over my credits.
Here you go.
Here you go. Enjoy it. Come on, boys. We're done here.
We're supposed to keep it quiet, right? There we go. We kept it quiet. No fight. Great. And the sister is safe. Take the weapons shipment to Chelek at the C-Sec Academy. Okay, we'll go back to C-Sec Academy. Ghost Whisperer of the Night says Mass Effect Trilogy is BioWare's apology for Anthem. I'll take your word on it. And then Adam says, don't try to arrest the guy yourself. Trust me. All right. Okay. So C-Sec offices. Here we go. I wonder how much it cost me.
Commander, I hear you have something for me.
Here's your shipment, Chelek.
Excellent. This is everything I need. Maybe more than I need. Here, Commander, take this. I won't need it. You've earned some payment for your work. As for Jenna, I'll make sure we get her out of Kor's den immediately.
Awesome.
Now I need to get these mods into evidence. Thanks again, Shepard.
All right, we saved her life. We completed the quest. We got the mods. We were compensated for our time. Andrew says, could be my own silly opinion, but I feel like Mass Effect is a love letter to the Knights of the Old Republic fans. I love your content, especially deep dives into the lore. Thank you, my friend. Much more to come. Ooh, we got an equipment here. Chemical rounds. Okay, take all. And the quest is done. These are both off the Citadel. And that one will come to us. Let's go to the mission here. Return to the tower. Citadel Garrus, acquire allies. All right. Well, I guess he'll come find me. So let's return to the tower. Now, to get to the tower, we got to go back to the Presidium, don't we? Yeah. Citadel Tower. Fantastic. All right, I've got evidence.
Come on. Udine is presenting the Quarians' evidence to the Council.
Eden Prime was a major victory. The beacon has brought us one step closer to finding the conduit.
And one step closer to the return of the Reapers.
You wanted proof? There it is.
This evidence is irrefutable, Ambassador. Saren will be stripped of his Spectre status, and all efforts will be made to bring him in to answer for his crimes.
All right.
I recognize the other voice, the one speaking with Saren. Matriarch Benezia.
Who's she?
Matriarchs are powerful Asari who have entered the final stage of their lives. Revered for their wisdom and experience, they serve as guides and mentors to my people. Matriarch Benezia is a powerful biotic, and she had many followers. She will make a formidable ally for Saren.
I'm more interested in the Reapers. What do you know about them?
Only what was extracted from the Geth's memory core. The Reapers were an ancient race of machines that wiped out the Protheans. Then they vanished.
The Geth believe the Reapers are gods, and Saren is the prophet for their return.
We think the conduit is the key to bringing them back. Saren's searching for it. That's why he attacked Eden Prime.
Do we even know what this conduit is?
Saren thinks it can bring back the Reapers. That's bad enough.
Listen to what you're saying. Saren wants to bring back the machines that wiped out all life in the galaxy? Impossible. It has to be. Where did the Reapers go? Why did they vanish? How come we found no trace of their existence? If they were real, we'd have found something.
I tried to warn you about Saren, and you refused to face the truth. Don't make the same mistake again.
This is different. You proved Saren betrayed the Council. We all agree he's using the Geth to search for the conduit, but we don't really know why.
The Reapers are obviously just a myth, Commander. A convenient lie to cover Saren's true purpose. A legend he is using to bend the Geth to his will.
How can you be so confident? If we say that we've seen them, then we have to tell them how. Well, a vision. I had a vision.
50,000 years ago, the Reapers wiped out all galactic civilization. If Saren finds the conduit, it will happen again.
Saren is a rogue agent on the run for his life. He no longer has the rights or resources of a Spectre. The Council has stripped him of his position.
That is not good enough. You know he's hiding somewhere in the Traverse. Send your fleet in!
A fleet cannot track down one man.
A Citadel fleet could secure the entire region, keep the Geth from attacking any more of our colonies.
Or it could trigger a war with the Terminus systems. We won't be dragged into a galactic confrontation over a few dozen human colonies.
I can take Saren down.
The Commander's right. There is a way to stop Saren that doesn't require fleets or armies.
No, it's too soon. Humanity is not ready for the responsibilities that come with joining the Spectres.
You don't have to send a fleet into the Traverse, and the Ambassador gets his human Spectre. Everybody's happy.
Yay, I'm a Spectre! Yay!
Commander Shepard, step forward.
All right, here we go. Time for my induction into the Spectres. Thank you, Terry Williams. The first human Spectre. Gonna go hunt down Saren.
It is the decision of the Council that you be granted all the powers and privileges of the Special Tactics and Reconnaissance Branch of the Citadel.
Spectres are not trained, but chosen. Individuals forged in the fire of service and battle. Those whose actions elevate them above the rank and file.
Spectres are an ideal, a symbol, the embodiment of courage, determination, and self-reliance. They are the right hand of the Council, instruments of our will.
Spectres bear a great burden. They are protectors of galactic peace, both our first and last line of defense. The safety of the galaxy is theirs to uphold.
You are the first human Spectre, Commander. This is a great accomplishment for you and your entire species.
The Raging Krogan says, thank you for playing Mass Effect. I really hope you enjoy it. I can answer any questions you have, as I know this series like the back of my hand. Thank you, The Raging Krogan. I'm looking forward to uncovering the mysteries of the story as we play.
I'm honored, Counselor.
We're sending you into the Traverse after Saren. He's a fugitive from justice, so you are authorized to use any means necessary to apprehend or eliminate him.
Ooh, any means.
Any idea where to find him?
We will forward any relevant files to Ambassador Udina.
This meeting of the Council is adjourned.
All right.
Congratulations, Commander.
We've got a lot of work to do, Shepard. You're going to need a ship, a crew, supplies.
What about
You
the Normandy?
get access to special equipment and training now. You should go down to the CSEC Academy and speak to the Spectre Requisitions Officer.
Anderson, come with me. I'll need your help to set all this up.
Man, the ambassador's got like a really intense personality.
Bastard didn't even thank you.
Julian Z says, Onks, this is the game event that is kind of spoiled in the description of Charm and Intimidate. You now have more ranks to put points into. All right, thank you, Julian.
He's got a lot on his mind. Come on.
Right behind you, Shepard.
Spectre bonus! Spectre training talent unlocked. Cool. I got lots of money. This is my gear. Let's go to squad. 4 points. Let's see. Ooh, I could bump up charm. Yeah, let's do that. Double your store discount. Hey! I like that. I'm going all charm in this playthrough. I got 1 more point. Oh, Spectre training. I should probably do that. Elite agents of the Council. The Spectres have access to special training unavailable elsewhere in the galaxy. Increases health, accuracy, and effectiveness of all attacks and powers. Right. Of course this is important. I should probably spec into it. All right. I had to get charm up there, you know. All right, Erdon. Let's see. He's got 4 points as well. What can I get? I can get all the way up to advanced immunity and fitness. Boom. She has 4 points. What can we get to? Electronics. Master overload. Boom. Yeah. I can't take her helmet off. Oh, man. Oh, man. I wanted to take her helmet off. Cool. Journal. Let's see. We exposed Saren. All right. The ambassador will provide you with a ship and crew. Meet him at the Alliance Docking Bay. Accessible through the central elevator in CSEC Academy. All right. But I need to go to the requisitions officer, right? I'm going to walk there just in case Garrus is going to track me down. Because I still haven't found him yet. Oh, Garrus. Is he going to find me here? All right, requisitions officer, then docking bay. Got it. Which one of these guys is Garrus? What does he look like?
I hope he's okay. I'm on a break. Talk to someone else if you need anything. I've got a lot on my mind.
Okay.
Maybe I can help.
Well, maybe you can. You're a soldier, right? You ever head out to the Traverse?
Wormy says, your real-life charm is maxed out already, Ox. Oh, you smoothie. Thank you, Wormy. Do we humiliate this guy for not recognizing us? No.
The Traverse is a rough place. We're out there quite a bit.
My brother's the captain of a ship called the Majesty. It was crossing the Traverse a few days ago when it disappeared. Just dropped right off the grid. And that usually means one of two things. They had massive mechanical failure, or they were attacked.
Any idea why someone would attack them?
Privateers, slavers, mercs looking for an easy score. There's a lot of nasty sorts out in the Traverse. I won't give up on my brother. Not yet. I've got the coordinates for the last transmission from his vessel.
What kind of ship was it?
Don't let the name fool you. The Majesty's just a small trading vessel, only a handful of crew. But he kept it in good condition. I don't think mechanical failure is too likely. But they don't have any real weapons or shields. If anyone did come after them, the Majesty'd be a sitting duck.
What's in this for me?
I can't afford to pay you anything. If I had that kind of cash, I'd have hired a recovery team to track him down already. Maybe you could look into this as a personal favor, you know? We humans have to stick together.
Isn't anyone else looking into this?
My brother's just a small independent trader. Ships like his disappear in the Traverse all the time.
If your brother's still alive, I'll find him. Give me the coordinates.
I'll forward them to your ship right away. Please let me know as soon as you find him.
All right, I'm glad I didn't fast travel. I got a new quest out of it.
Rex, forgive the impertinence, but you are not like the Krogan described in the stories on the flotilla.
When you're young, you go looking for every fight you can. You get older, you realize the best fights will find you.
Sage wisdom. The Raging Krogan says, don't forget to speak to the Rear Admiral here. Oh, yeah.
In other news, Exogeny Corp is still denying reports that one of their survey teams has gone missing in the Hades Gamma Cluster. When asked why communication with the survey team was suddenly cut off last week, company officials refused to comment.
Okay, Rear Admiral. Right. I think I remember where he is, too. There he is.
No, I'm waiting to speak with one of... Congratulations on becoming the first human Spectre, Commander. I'm certain you'll be up to the challenge.
I appreciate that.
My name is Admiral Kahoku. It's about time the Alliance got one of our own in with the Spectres. We need people like you to deal with our problems.
Is something wrong, Admiral?
I'm getting stonewalled by bureaucratic assholes. Nothing new. Maybe you can help me, Shepard. One of my recon teams was investigating some strange activity out in the Traverse. We lost contact yesterday. Now I can't get clearance to check it out. Suddenly it's a restricted area.
Oh!
But that doesn't apply to you, Shepard. Spectres can go anywhere they want. You could find out why my team dropped out of contact.
I'll find them, Admiral.
I appreciate that, Commander. I was running out of options. I'm gonna stay here and see if I can find anything out through official channels. Won't hold my breath, though.
Journal update. Terry Williams says, follow the transmission assignment. It has a fun payoff. I believe I finished that one. Oh, you mean this one? Strange transmission? I'll be sure to do so. All right, so we got 3 new quests here. UNC Privateers. Go to the strenuous system. Find the missing research in the Hades Gamma cluster. And then find a recon team in the Artemis Tau cluster. Oh, gosh. Oh, the quests. They stack up, don't they? Right.
Not a lot of security here. Not that you can see anyway. 10-1, there's a sniper tracking our every step.
A sniper in the Citadel? All right, for some reason, I don't believe that. Garrus is in the med clinic in the wards, says the chat. I know I was supposed to meet him there, but when I went there, he wasn't there because apparently I triggered something earlier on in the gameplay that made him move. So I don't think he's still there.
Binary Helix has settled out of court with a Krogan group that had accused the Genetics Corporation of fraud. The Krogan group had contracted Binary Helix to perform studies with a long-range goal of curing their genetic sterilization. The group later sued for a return of investment money when the study produced no viable results.
Matt Rowland says, now that you're a Spectre, Garrus will be next to the docking bay elevator in CSEC. He doesn't wander around. No need to go on a wild goose chase. Oh, great. Thank you, Matt. Well, then we can have a leisurely stroll all the way there. See if we can stumble upon any other side quests.
Let all races herald the glory of the Enkindlers who raised them all to enlightenment. Where there was only darkness, the Enkindlers gave light.
DRM says, I think the med clinic now has a quest, or has a new quest now that you're a Spectre. Oh, God, really?
Is there something else I can help you with, Commander?
I should be going now.
Have a pleasant day.
Oh, he's not here. I guess he's going to meet us down there. All right. There's a new quest in the financial district, says Brandon Dunn. Talk to the woman on the side. Okay. That's just south of me, right? This is the financial district? Yep. All right, let's see if we can find her. DRM says, never mind, I think you did that quest with the med. All right, thank you. But the other one in the financial district I still need to find? Okay. Woman on the side, eh? That's a Vina. Ah, Helena Blake.
Got a moment, Spectre? Hello, Spectre. I have a business proposition for you.
Good for you.
How did you know I'm a Spectre?
Word travels. Your name comes up in certain circles. I'm acquainted with a pair of powerful crime bosses. They're hiding on remote worlds, and I have the coordinates. You could do the galaxy a favor.
Oh, could I?
What kind of defenses would these two have?
I haven't the faintest idea, but they're certain to be armed. Their partnership's soured, and each believes that the other intends to kill him. They will be well prepared.
You're obviously with them. Why don't I just arrest you instead?
Arrested for what? You and I are simply having a conversation. I have excellent legal representation. Arresting me would be a waste of your time.
So that was... The text there confused me. I chose I could charge you because I wanted to charge her money, not I could charge her with a crime.
And what do you get out of this?
We share interests in certain cooperative ventures, but their business practices have forced me to terminate our relationship. Once they are dead, I will manage our organization in a more tasteful manner.
What crimes did these men commit?
They're red sand dealers who make victims of their customers. Those who can no longer pay are sold to Batarians as slaves.
Oh, slavers!
They're loathsome, hurting innocent people. They must be ended.
If they're as bad as you say they are, they need to be dealt with.
Excellent. Here are the coordinates. When these men are dead, I will wait for you at the third set of coordinates. Goodbye, Commander. It's been a pleasure to meet you.
Right. Renegade +2. All right, well, let's go to the docking bay.
In breaking news, Chairman Burns of the Parliament Subcommittee on Transhuman Studies has been kidnapped by biotic extremists. The biotics commandeered a freighter and were last seen in the Hades Gamma Cluster. No demands have yet been made.
So Garrus would be waiting for me by the elevator? Let's go to the requisitions officer.
Hello, Commander.
Show me what you've got.
Sounds good. Just let me set you up. Oh, this must be a mistake. System's telling me to offer you our select stock. Spectre? Well, I heard about that, but I didn't realize it was you. Sorry, Commander.
Just show me what you've got.
I'll open the rare stocks for you, Commander.
Yay! Rare stock! What do we got? We got sniper rifle. Ooh, 304,000. Oh, God. Well, I'm not going to buy any weapons yet. Omni-tool? What's that? Omni-tools are multi-purpose diagnostic and manufacturing tools used for a variety of battlefield tasks. Do I have one already? Yeah, I've got one. Biotic amp. Looks like I've got one. No, she's got one. No, we all have one. That's it, huh? Right. Pavel says there are 2 more Spectre-only quests. Jalid in the CSEC offices and Conrad Werner in the market. And be sure to visit CSEC requisition for license. All right, well, I just went to the requisitions. I got to go back to CSEC offices in the market. Tell you what, I'll probably be back to the Citadel at a future point of time. Let's just move on. And
Congratulations, Shepard. Heard they made you a Spectre. I'm glad somebody got the Council to see Saren for what he really is.
I appreciate that, Garrus.
I resigned from CSEC after the Council ignored my investigation. I was sick of all the politics. You're the only one who seems to be doing anything about Saren. Let me come with you.
You're a Turian. Why do you want to bring him down?
I couldn't prove it in my investigation, but I knew what was really going on. Saren is a traitor to the Council and a disgrace to my people.
Welcome aboard, Garrus.
You won't regret this, Shepard.
Okay, Garrus. He is evenly balanced between tech and combat. She is not evenly balanced. She's good at tech. She's good at combat. He's evenly balanced between biotic and combat. Interesting. By taking Erdnot Rex and Garrus, I get maximum combat strength and half biotic and half tech. But I've got myself for combat strength. And my character isn't really spec'd into tech or biotic. I'll keep Rhea. I'll keep Tally for now. And Rex. Yeah, see, that bumps tech up really high. I like Rex.
In remembrance of Eden Prime, we present another profile in courage with serviceman Nirali Bhatia. A devoted wife and talented chef, serviceman Bhatia joined the Alliance military under the Deferred Education Plan. After finishing her service, Bhatia planned to open a restaurant. Instead, she gave her life protecting the colonists of Eden Prime. For more profiles in courage, or to explore opportunities in the military, please visit the Alliance military on the extranet. Keyword, courage.
Here we go. There's the ambassador.
I've got big news for you, Shepard. Captain Anderson is stepping down as commanding officer of the Normandy. The ship is yours now.
She's quick and quiet, and you know the crew. Perfect ship for a Spectre. Treat her well, Commander.
I'll take good care of her, sir.
I know you will, Commander.
I want the truth. Why are you stepping down, sir?
You needed your own ship. A Spectre can't answer to anyone but the Council. And it's time for me to step down.
Come clean with me, Captain. You owe me that much.
I was in your shoes 20 years ago, Shepard. They were considering me for the Spectres.
What happened?
I failed. I couldn't make the cut. It's not something I'm proud of. Ask me later and I'll tell you the whole story. For now, all you need to know is, I was sent on a mission with Saren, and he made sure the Council rejected me.
Ah.
I had my shot. It came and went. Now you have a chance to make up for my mistakes.
I won't let you down, sir.
Saren's gone. Don't even try to find him. But we know what he's after. The conduit. He's got us Geth scouring the Traverse looking for clues.
We had reports of Geth in the Pharos system shortly before our colony there dropped out of contact, and there have been sightings around Noveria.
Find out what Saren was after on Pharos and Noveria. Maybe you can figure out where the conduit is before he does.
The Reapers are the real threat.
I'm with the Council on this one, Shepard. I'm not sure they even exist.
But if they do exist, the conduit's the key to bringing them back. Stop Saren from getting the conduit, and we stop the Reapers from returning.
I'll stop him.
We have one more lead. Matriarch Benezia, the other voice in that recording. She has a daughter, a scientist who specializes in the Protheans. We don't know if she's involved, but it might be a good idea to try and find her. See what she knows. Her name's Liara, Dr. Liara T'Soni. We have reports she was exploring an archaeological dig on one of the uncharted worlds in the Artemis Tau cluster.
Sounds like we should head for the Artemis Tau cluster.
It's your decision, Commander. You're a Spectre now. You don't answer to us.
But your actions still reflect on humanity as a whole. You make a mess and I get stuck cleaning it up.
That's your job. Man, part of me wants to do all of these sarcastic ones, but...
I'll try not to make things any harder on you, Ambassador.
Glad to hear it, Commander. Remember, you were a human long before you were a Spectre.
I have a meeting to get to. Captain Anderson can answer any questions you might have.
What a brusque guy. Brian Sanchez says, it's up to you, but it's less about having a balanced team and more about choosing who's appropriate. So for Geth, pick Tally. Alliance, pick soldiers, etc. Well, I don't know enough about the game to make an appropriate decision because I really don't know where I'm going yet. But I'll bear that in mind. Saya Hautwala says, I recommend going to Liara before Noveria or Pharos. Okay? Nixter says, Mass Effect stream will take out. And the house is all quiet. Nice way to end a Monday. My house is quiet too. It's kind of nice. Ethan says, I would get Liara before Noveria and Pharos. Well, you agree with Saya here. And looks like I'll do that. Acre Frey says you'll be given a new main quest other than the 3 you start with. Do that quest last. It starts the end game and you cannot do anything else after. When? Another main quest? Like, after I go to Liara? Find Liara T'Soni. These are the 3 they talk about. The Geth interest, go to Noveria. The Geth attack, go to Pharos. 2 people in the chat told me to do this first. Let's do that. All right, to the Normandy. Oh, that's cool.
Stand by, shore party. Decontamination in progress.
Heard what happened to Captain Anderson. Survives 100 battles and then gets taken down by backroom politics. Just watch your back, Commander. Things go bad on this mission, you're next on their chopping block.
Saren's out there somewhere, and we're gonna find him.
Everyone on this ship's behind you, Commander. 100%. Intercom's open. If you got anything you want to say to the crew, now's the time.
Now we do things my way! I need to be honest with them. Let's keep it short.
Crew, this is Commander Shepard. We have our orders. Find Saren before he finds the conduit. Humanity needs to do this. Not just for our own sake, but for the sake of every other species in Citadel space. Saren must be stopped. And I promise you all, we will stop him.
Well said, Commander. Captain would be proud.
The captain gave up everything so I could have this chance. We can't fail.
Cue heroic music!
Yes, sir.
Nathan says the story of Anderson and Saren's mission is told in Revelation, a novel by Drew Karpyshyn, which is set before the games. Interesting. Ethan says that'll be the planet Virmire. That's the planet you do not want to go to when you get the option. It's a very non-linear game, and you could skip. Right, so I'll avoid Virmire. Thank you. DRM says I would recommend Liara, then Noveria, then Pharos. It works out with charm skill that way, then do that new main that pops up. Alright, thank you, DRM. Error 404 says, speak with Rex often. He will talk about his family armor. Find it before you go to Virmire, Ox. Rex and his family armor. Okay. Julian Z says, Ox, I recommend you tour your ship before opening the galaxy map, as it will show you your squad mates, where your squad mates like to hang out. I was gonna do that anyway. Codex entry. Ships and vehicles. FTL drive appearance. New space travelers ask, what does it look like outside a ship moving at faster than light speed? Part of the answer can be seen in a simple pane of glass. Light travels slower through glass than it does through the open air. Light also moves slower in conventional space than it does in a high-speed Mass Effect field. This causes refraction. Any light entering at an angle is bent and separated into a spectrum. Objects outside the ship will appear refracted. The greater the difference between the objective exterior and subjective interior speeds of light, the greater the refraction. As the subjective speed of light is raised within the field, objects outside will appear to redshift, eventually becoming visible only to radio telescope antennae. High-energy electromagnetic sources normally hidden to the eye become visible in the high blue spectrum. As the speed of light continues to be raised, X-ray, gamma ray, and eventually cosmic ray sources become visible. Stars will be replaced by pulsars, the accretion disks of black holes, quasars, and gamma ray bursts. To an outside observer, a ship within a Mass Effect drive envelope appears blue-shifted. If within a field that allows travel at twice the speed of light, any radiation it emits has twice the energy as normal. If the ship is in a field of about 200 times light speed, it radiates visible light as X-rays and gamma rays, and the infrared heat from the hull is blue-shifted up into the visible spectrum or higher. Ships moving at faster than light are visible at great distances, though their signature will only propagate at the speed of light. You know what? I mean, it may seem tedious, but I love this kind of stuff because I can just place myself as a game designer, and I'm trying to come up with the technology that the entirety of my story is founded upon, and I do all of this research into light speed and redshift and refraction and all of that, and I've got nowhere else to put it. I've come up with my ship design, I've come up with my universe, and it all works according to the science that I've mastered, but the fans aren't going to know about all of this research that I did. But wait a minute, I've got a codex, I'm going to put it in there, dang it, and they could read it if they want. I love that stuff. Sarah R says, words! Yes, lots of words, but it's fun. I like it. Neil Lindgren says, first time live stream super chat. I've been loving the Mass Effect stream so far. Thank you, Neil. All right, the hostile takeover. Eliminate crime lords. That's the new quest I got. We're gonna focus on the primary quest here. But let's explore the ship first, as chat suggested. Do I have a map of the ship? I do.
If anyone has to take over for Captain Anderson, I'm glad it's you. I'm not sure about having non-humans on our ship, though.
Speak freely, Presley. I want to know if you have a problem with non-humans.
It's not that, Commander. Humanity has always handled its own problems. Saren attacked one of our colonies. We should be the ones to stop him. We don't need their help.
How did you end up assigned to the Normandy?
I signed up with the Alliance as a navigator right out of school, following in my grandfather's footsteps, I guess. My first posting was on the Agincourt. We were one of the first reinforcements to arrive at Elysium after the Blitz hit. Those raiders were no match for an Alliance frigate. Of course, the only reason the colony was still standing was because of you, Commander. I can't believe you held out as long as you did.
How'd you end up on the Normandy?
I got my officer's commission after Elysium. Must have made an impression on the right people. Captain asked for me when he was picking his crew.
Speak freely, Prince.
It's not that, Commander. Humanity has always handled its own problems.
Some people think asking for help is a sign of weakness. That's just being stupid and stubborn. No matter how strong you are, allies can make you stronger.
I guess so. Maybe I'm just stuck in the old ways of thinking. But don't worry, Commander. This won't be a problem.
Yeah, better not be.
Carry on, Presley.
Yes, sir.
Jacob Tebb says, Ox, don't worry too much about combat balance. Just go with whomever you enjoy having around the most. Rex in particular has very funny dialogue. Well, then I'm glad I got him. Daniel says, talk to Joker. Okay. Joker! Let's have a chat.
Commander, something you need?
How's the Normandy performing? Is she everything they said she'd be?
She's the best ship in the fleet. If you've got a pilot who knows how to handle her. Balance isn't what you'd expect. Takes a while to get used to that oversized drive core we got stuffed in the back, and her power can sneak up on you if you're not careful. The Normandy's probably too much ship for your average Alliance pilot, Commander. Lucky for you, I'm anything but average.
This guy's not short on humility, is he? Brian Sanchez says, don't forget to talk to Joker. Thanks, everybody.
I like to know my crew. Mind if I ask you a few questions?
I can see where this is going. You did a background check on me, didn't you? Well, I'll tell you the same thing I told the captain. You want me as your pilot. I'm not good. I'm not even great. I am the best damn helmsman in the Alliance fleet. Top of my class in flight school, I earned that. All those commendations in my file, I earned every single one. Those weren't given to me as charity for my disease.
Whoa!
What are you talking about? Are you sick?
You mean you didn't know?
Nope.
Oh, crap. Okay, I've got Vrolik syndrome, brittle bone disease. The bones in my legs never develop properly. They're basically hollow, too much force and they'll shatter.
Oh,
Even
my.
with crutches and my leg braces, it's hard to get around. One wrong step and crack. It's very dramatic. But I've learned to manage my condition, Commander. Put the Normandy in my hands and I'll make her dance for you. Just don't ask me to get up and dance unless, you like the sound of snapping shin bones.
Oh, that sounds awful.
Why does everyone call you Joker?
It's a lot shorter than saying Alliance Flight Lieutenant Jeff Moreau. Plus, I love to make little children laugh.
Oh. Who is this guy? What? He's at the controls of this huge starship. He's like, I just love making little children laugh.
I was just thinking how much you remind me of Santa Claus.
Look, I didn't pick the name. One of the instructors in flight school used to bug me about never smiling. She started calling me Joker, and it stuck.
Why didn't you ever smile?
Hey, I worked my ass off in flight school, Commander. The world's not gonna hand you anything if you go around grinning like an idiot. By the end of the year, I was the best pilot in the academy. Even better than the instructors, and everybody knew it. They'd all got their asses kicked by the sickly kid with the creaky little legs. One guess who was smiling at graduation?
How'd you end up joining the Alliance?
Look, if you're looking for spend all that time around Alliance ships, there's a good chance you'll end up...
I need to know more about
Yeah,
this.
of course you do. It's an extremely rare condition. Nobody knows exactly what causes it. Genetic, maybe. It's treatable, but there's no cure. They classify my case as moderate to severe. I was born with over a dozen fractures, hip, thighs, ankles. My bones were already breaking in the womb. 100 years ago, I wouldn't have survived past my first year. Lucky for me, modern medical science has turned me into a productive member of society.
Poor guy.
You're not gonna break a bone trying to fly the ship, are you?
I don't fly with my feet, Commander, so I'm fine as long as I'm in this chair. I gotta be real careful when I get up to take a piss, though.
This poor guy.
I can do my job as well as anyone on the ship. Better, actually. So don't worry about it.
I'm not trying to make you uncomfortable. Let's talk about something else.
Whatever you want, Commander.
I have to go.
All right, see you.
This guy. I see why you wanted me to talk to him. He's quite a character. Brett Buzz says, can't blame him. Dr. Evil was his father. Wait, wrong franchise. Yeah, I recognize that voice. John Veen says, Joker is Seth Green. That's why he's hilarious. Yeah, no, I recognized his voice when we first met him. Great casting. All right, new cigar. All right, let's see what's changed on the Normandy, and then we shall go to our first destination. Where does that go? Control com. Hold on a minute. Let's see what's behind here. Shadow Snake says, just to mention, certain female squad mates are romance options, so talking to them in a certain way or too often can trigger a romance subplot. Oh, okay. What's this? Com room? Wait, so does that mean I should probably I should run with my female companions? Oh, but Rex is so cool.
Yes, Commander? Is there something you need?
How well do you know the lieutenant?
I'd never worked with him before this mission. But he has an impressive service record, over a dozen special commendations. Tends to keep to himself, though. Maybe because of the headaches. It's not easy being an L2.
Ah!
I should go.
Goodbye, Commander.
We had that conversation already. There's Caden.
Anything you need, Commander?
Just trying to get a sense of where the crew's at. Thoughts?
I've wasted enough of your time for now, Commander. We'll have time for personal debriefings later.
What's your opinion on the last mission?
I don't see how we could have done things any better. At least not without getting to Eden Prime sooner. And we were on the scene faster than any other Alliance ship could have been.
We'll talk another time, Lieutenant.
Commander?
Codex. Ooh. Systems Alliance military ranks. The Alliance uses a modified version of the ranking system that has been used for hundreds of years. Soldiers are classified into rank-and-file enlisted personnel, experienced non-commissioned officers, NCOs, and specially trained officers. The divide between naval personnel and ground forces, Marines, is small. Ground units are a specialized branch of the fleet, just as fighter squadrons are. This unity of command is imposed by the futility of fighting without control of orbit. Without the Navy, any army is pointless. The Marines, as a matter of pride, maintain some of their traditional rank titles. For example, Marines have privates and corporals instead of servicemen. In ascending order of responsibility, the ranks of the Alliance are enlisted, serviceman, third class, private second class, private first class corporal, NCOs, service chief, gunnery chief, operations chief, and then officers. Second lieutenant, first lieutenant, staff lieutenant, lieutenant commander, staff commander, captain / major, rear admiral / general, admiral, and fleet admiral. Planets and locations, stations, Arcturus Station. Arcturus Station is the gateway to Sol, a 5-kilometer diameter Stanford tourist-type space station at the trailing Lagrange point of the gas giant Themis. Construction on Arcturus Station began in 2151 and concluded in 2162. It was inaugurated in 2156 and has served as the military and political headquarters of the Systems Alliance from the First Contact War until the present. When humanity activated the Charon mass relay in 2149, it led to Arcturus, 36 light-years from Sol, Earth's sun. Arcturus is the third brightest star seen from Earth. It is an ancient red giant from the generation before Sol. Its worlds are either gas giants or ice chunks. While some rocky debris exist, the metal content is 25% lower than normal. To build Arcturus Station, metallic asteroids were towed from the mass relays to the construction site. Wow! Many of these asteroids remain near the station. They are mined out areas home to transient populations. Yikes! The expense of bringing construction materials into the system was acceptable due to its strategic value. With 3 primary mass relays in addition to the secondary one to Sol, Arcturus is a major communications and military choke point. The Alliance First Fleet is based in Arcturus, where it can guard the gates to Sol and react to incursions in the 3 connected clusters. The station also hosts the Systems Alliance Parliament and the Systems Alliance Military General Headquarters. Its permanent population is approximately 45,000. Arcturus is actually from the Galactic Halo, one of a cluster of 52 stars that are crashing through the disk of the galaxy. In 1 billion years, Arcturus will be sailing through the depths of extragalactic dark space. Oh, we got a new primary.
The Normandy is a prototype starship developed by the Human Systems Alliance with the assistance of the Citadel Council. It is optimized for scouting and reconnaissance missions in unstable regions using state-of-the-art stealth technology. For most ships, the heat generated through standard operations is easily detectable against the absolute zero background of space. The Normandy, however, is able to temporarily sink this heat within the hull. Combined with refrigeration of the exterior hull, the ship can travel undetected for hours or drift passively for days of covert observation. This is not without risk. The stored heat must eventually be radiated, or it will build to levels capable of cooking the crew alive.
Yikes!
Another component of the stealth system is the Normandy's revolutionary Tantalus drive, a mass effect core twice the standard size. The Tantalus drive generates mass concentrations that the Normandy falls into, allowing it to move without the use of heat-emitting thrusters.
Weepoot says, you don't have to run with the girls, Ox. Just talk to them when you're on the ship. If you want the romance subplot, only Liara and Ashley are options in Mass Effect 1. And then Pavel says, no romance talks in the field, only on the Normandy. All right, thanks, guys. And then Jessica says, Marina Sirtis does the voice of Matriarch Benizia. All right, thank you, Pavel. Thank you, Jessica. All right. Well, we've only seen a few companions here. I wonder where they all are. Hurricane 2 and Hammer 1. Why are these in my... Another Codex option entry? Humanity in the Systems Alliance, System Alliance N7. The Alliance Military Vocational Code System classifies the career path of all serving personnel. The MVC consists of 1 letter and a number. A soldier's MVC indicates proficiency, not rank. The letter notes career path. The number indicates a level of experience, as indicated by service record, technical scores, and commendations. All 26 letters are used, and numbers run from 1 to 7. N is the letter code for Special Forces personnel. Sleeper pod. Starship's crew considerations. Cabins give each individual 10 cubic meters of space. On larger vessels, private rooms are common. As ships get smaller, the number of crew packed into a single wardroom increases. Asari prefer shared spaces even on large vessels, while Krogan territorial instincts make it impossible for them to cohabitate even on the smallest ships. Whoa. Hope Rex is going to be okay. On smaller vessels, hot bunking is the norm. Crew members assigned to different watches share the same bunk. When one gets off duty, he wakes up the person in the bunk. While that crewman is on duty, the first gets his rack time. Spacecraft compartments can be isolated by airtight doors in case of decompression. The cinematic vision of explosive decompression is fiction. Hold compartments either take enough damage that occupants are killed instantly, or leak slowly enough that they are able to reach protective gear. Compartments are equipped with emergency life support apparatus, fireproof plastic bubbles with air bottles, small when stowed, ELSA comfortably accommodate one individual inflated. Damage control procedure cuts off ventilation to burning compartments. Without oxygen to consume, fires die in seconds. The compartment is repressurized afterwards for crew recovery. Mass effect fields create an artificial gravity, A-grav, plane below the decks, preventing muscle atrophy and bone loss in 0G. Large vessels arrange their decks perpendicular to their thrust axis. The highest decks are at the bow and the lowest at the engines. This allows A-grav to work with the inertial effects of thrust. Ships that can land arrange their decks laterally, so the crews can move about while the vessel is on the ground. Warships normally turn off their A-grav systems during combat, reducing the heat generated by systems and increasing combat endurance. To provide a point of reference for navigating in 0G, floors are painted in a different color from the walls and ceiling. I see. Well, now that I'm captain, I have a captain's office, right? Did I already go in here? I did. Well, I wonder where the rest of the crew is hiding. Ah!
Looking for supplies?
Let's see what you've got.
You bet, Commander.
Nothing interesting. There's Garrus.
Thanks for bringing me on board, Commander. I knew working with the Spectre would be better than life at CSEC.
Have you worked with a Spectre before?
Well, no, but I know what they're like. Spectres make their own rules. You're free to handle things your way. At CSEC, you're buried by rules. The damn bureaucrats are always on your back.
Being a Spectre does have its advantages.
Exactly my point. If I'm trying to take down a suspect, it shouldn't matter how I do it, as long as I do it. But CSEC wants it done their way. Protocol and procedure come first. That's why I left.
So you just quit because you didn't like the way they do things?
There's more to it than that. It didn't start out bad, but as I rose in ranks, I got saddled with more and more red tape. CSEC's handling of Saren was typical. I just couldn't take it anymore. I hate leaving.
I hope you made the right choice. I'd hate for you to regret it later.
Well, that's sort of why I teamed up with you. It's a chance for me to get off the Citadel, see how things are done outside CSEC. Either way, I plan to make the most of this. And without CSEC headquarters looking over my shoulder, well, maybe I can get the job done my way for a change.
Man of War says Drummer Boy. Was that the voice actor who did Drummer Boy from Fallout 4?
As long as you do your job well, you're free to go about your business as you see fit.
Thank you, Commander.
New codex entry. Ships and vehicles.
The Normandy is a prototype. The Mako infantry fighting vehicle was designed for the System Alliance's frigates. Though the interior is cramped, an M35 is small enough to be carried in the cargo bay and easily deployed on virtually any world. With its turreted 155mm mass accelerator and coaxially mounted machine gun, the Mako can provide a fire team with weapon support as well as mobility. Since Alliance Marines may be required to fight on any world, the Mako is environmentally sealed and equipped with microthrusters for use on low-gravity planetoids. The Mako is powered by a sealed hydrogen-oxygen fuel cell and includes a small Element Zero core. While not large enough to nullify the vehicle's mass, the core can reduce it enough to be safely airdropped. When used in conjunction with thrusters, it also allows the Mako to extricate itself from difficult terrain.
Brian became a Bronze Ox. Thank you, Brian. And Rockland F says, Ultimate Mass Effect mod, Oxhorn Codex narrator. Well, by the time I'm done with this game, I will have narrated everything in the Codex. What you working on, Ashley?
Commander?
Do you have a few minutes to talk one-on-one?
I'm sorry, Commander. I need to get my duty squared away. I wouldn't mind talking more later, though.
What's your opinion on the last mission?
Kinda wish you'd got there sooner, Commander. No offense, I appreciate the rescue. I just wish...
You wish we'd been able to save the rest of your unit?
Yes, sir. If I had been more alert, we wouldn't have been cut down by an ambush.
Be more alert!
The Geth are perfect ambushers. They don't move, they don't make noise, they don't even breathe.
Sir, they have flashlight heads. I'll make sure it doesn't happen.
That's a good point.
Dismissed, Chief.
Jocelyn Ryan says, a quick shout out to my hubby Matthew. He just had a birthday on Saturday. Happy birthday to Matthew Ryan. Hey, Rex.
Nice ship you've got, Shepard. What can I do for you?
What's your story, Rex?
There's no story. Go ask the Quarian if you want stories.
You Krogan live for centuries. Don't tell me you haven't had a few interesting adventures.
Well, there was this one time the Turians almost wiped out our entire race. That was fun.
Yeah.
I heard about that. You know, they almost did the same to us.
It's not the same.
It seems pretty much the same to me.
So your people were infected with a genetic mutation? An infection that makes only a few in 1,000 children survive birth? And I suppose it's destroying your entire species?
I suppose it isn't all the same.
I don't expect you to understand, but don't compare humanity's fate with the Krogan.
I was just making conversation. I wasn't trying to upset you.
Your ignorance doesn't upset me, Shepard. As for the Krogan, I gave up on them long ago. The genophage infected us, but it's not what's killing us.
Laurie became a gold ox. Thank you, Laurie. And Garmac Sane became a silver ox. Thank you, Garmac.
Are your people really dying?
We're sure not getting any stronger. We're too spread out. None of us are interested in staying in our own system.
Lots of species have left their homes and prospered.
But they go to colonize new worlds. We're not settlers. We're warriors. We want to fight. So we leave. Hire ourselves out. And most of us never go back.
What can you tell me about the genophage?
Ask the Solarians if you want details. They made it. All I know It makes breeding nearly impossible. Thousands die in stillbirth, and most never get that far. Every Krogan is infected, every one. And no one's rushing to find a cure.
Why don't the Krogan try to find a cure?
When was the last time you saw a Krogan scientist? Ask a Krogan. Would he rather find a cure for the genophage or fight for credits? He'll choose fighting every time.
Yikes!
It's just who we are, Shepard. I can't change that. Nobody can.
So long, Rex.
Shepard.
Ooh, we got a codex entry from that. Krogan genophage. The genophage bioweapon was created to end the Krogan rebellions. From the start, the Krogan had overwhelmed the Council. Only timely first contact with the Turians saved the Council races. The Turians fought the Krogan to a standstill, but sheer weight of the Krogan numbers indicated the war could not be won through conventional means. The Turians collaborated with the Solarians to genetically engineer a counter to the rapid breeding of the Krogan. The genophage virus gained the energy to replicate by eating key genetic sequences. Every cell in every Krogan had to be altered for the weapon to be foolproof. Otherwise, the Krogan could have used gene therapy to fix the affected tissues. Once a genophage strain could find no more genes to eat, it would starve and die, limiting spin-off mutation and contamination. This created genetic flaw is hereditary. The Solarians believed the genophage would be used as a deterrent, a position the Turians viewed as naive. Once the project was complete, the Turians mass-produced and deployed it. The Krogan homeworld, their colonies, and all occupied worlds were infected. The resulting mutation made only 1 in 1,000 Krogan pregnancies carry to term. It did not reduce fertility, but offspring viability. The rare females able to carry children to term became prizes the Krogan warlords fought brutal battles over. The Krogan are a shadow of their former glory. While the rebellions took place centuries ago, they are constantly reminded of the horror of the genophage and of their inability to counter it. The release of the genophage is still controversial, bitterly debated in circles. Brett Bus says, funny Mass Effect inside joke. Enter and exit chat with Rex rapidly. Oh, okay. Twisted Thunder says, hey Ox, I just joined in. What did I miss? Not much. We finally got off the Citadel. Now we're trying to get off the Normandy. Dupe Machias became a gold Ox. Thank you, Dupe.
Shepard.
Rex.
Shepard.
Rex.
Shepard.
Rex.
Shepard.
Rex.
Shepard.
Rex.
Shepard.
Rex.
So is this the joke?
Shepard.
Rex.
Shepard.
Rex.
Shepard.
Rex.
I don't get it.
Shepard.
Rex.
Shepard.
Rex.
How much longer?
Shepard.
Rex.
Right. That's the joke. That's the entirety of the joke. Okay, thank you. Ah. Cool.
Your ship's amazing, Shepard. I've never seen a drive core like this before. I can't believe you were able to fit it into a ship this small. I'm starting to understand why you humans have been so successful. I had no idea Alliance vessels were so advanced.
Laurie says the inside joke will make sense in Game 3, Lamau. Awesome, I can't wait.
The Normandy's a prototype. Cutting-edge technology.
A month ago, I was patching a makeshift fuel line into a converted tug ship in the flotilla. Now, I'm sitting on board one of the most advanced vessels in Citadel space. I have to thank you again for bringing me along. Traveling on a vessel like this is a dream come true for me.
I had no idea you found ship technology so interesting.
It comes with being a Quarian. The migrant fleet is the key to the survival of my people. Ships are our most valuable resource. But we don't have anything like this. We make do with cast-offs and second-hand equipment. We just try to keep them running for as long as we can. Some of the fleet's larger vessels date all the way back to our original flight from the Geth.
I can't believe your fleet's still using ships that are 3 centuries old.
They're constantly being repaired, modified, and refitted. They aren't pretty, but they work. Mostly. We've tried to make ourselves as independent as possible on the flotilla. Grow our own food, mine, and process our own fuel. But some things we just can't make on our own. A patch to maintain the hull integrity requires raw materials we just don't have. That's why our pilgrimages are so important.
Tell me about your people.
Our lives aren't easy. Resources are scarce, and we are constantly on the move. Everything we do must in some way contribute to the continuation of the migrant fleet. There are 17 million Quarians in the flotilla, and each of us relies on the others for survival. The bonds among my people are strong. Unfortunately, we have had to surrender many of the freedoms and civil liberties other species take for granted.
What kind of freedoms?
Well, it's illegal for parents to have more than one child.
Whoa!
If our population grows too much, it would strain our resources to their breaking point. Of course, we also can't allow our numbers to become too few. If our population is in decline, the rule against single births is temporarily repealed. In extreme cases of population decline, incentives are even offered to encourage multiple births, though the Conclave hasn't had to take such measures in nearly a century.
Wow, so they go through generations of some people growing up with siblings and some people never having siblings. That's really interesting. I imagine it would affect their culture greatly.
That's your government.
The Conclave is our civilian branch of government. Each ship can elect a representative to serve on the Conclave and make decisions that affect the fleet as a whole. On matters that affect an individual ship, however, the captain has the final say. It's a tradition that dates back to the early days, when the fleet was governed by martial law. Fortunately, most captains nowadays are smart enough to have an elected council from their crew to give them advice and guidance.
Nate Johnson in the chat says, "Ayo, how's everyone doing? We're going all right, my friend. Hope you're having a good day as well."
So the ultimate power rests with elected officials.
In practice, the Conclave and the respective council for each ship tend to set the rules that govern our daily lives. But in theory, we are still under military jurisdiction. The 5 top-ranking military officials in the fleet serve on the Admiralty Board. These 5 have the power to overrule any decision by the Conclave in case of emergency. To do so requires unanimous agreement among the Admiralty, and they can only do this once. After that, the entire board must resign their posts. It's a safeguard that served us well. In nearly 3 centuries, the Admiralty Board has only overruled the Conclave 4 times.
I want to know more about the Geth.
I doubt I can tell you anything you don't already know. It's been almost 3 centuries since they drove my people into exile. All I know is the story of their origins. What they were when we created them, and how they turned on us.
Interesting.
The Geth were originally created to serve as an automated manual labor force. Initially, their intelligence was as limited as any VI. Over time, we made small modifications to their programming to allow them to perform more varied and complex tasks, bringing them closer and closer to true AI status.
Uh-oh.
How come the council didn't step in and stop you?
This wasn't true AI research. We may have been skirting the bounds of the law, but we never did anything that was actually illegal. The changes were so insignificant, so gradual, that we were able to control them. Or so we thought. But one thing we underestimated was the power of the neural network. A million Geth thinking simultaneously created an inherently unstable matrix.
So, the Geth share brain power?
Many of the Geth's logic systems were designed to work in concert with other nearby Geth. Basically, the more of them you have in a group, the smarter they are.
So there's some sort of group consciousness?
No, nothing like that. They cannot share sensory data or information. Their programming cannot handle that much simultaneous input. Each Geth maintains an individual awareness and identity. The neural network only operates on a process-based level. It's basically the synthetic equivalent of a subconscious. But when they're in close proximity, they can coordinate low-level functional processes, freeing up more capacity for original or independent thought.
What made them rebel?
As we built more and more Geth, their effective intelligence became more sophisticated, more abstract. One day, a Geth began to ask its Quarian overseer questions about the nature of its existence. Am I alive? Why am I here? What is my purpose?
Bad sign.
As you can imagine, this caused a near panic among my people.
I don't see what's so bad about those questions.
The Geth were created to engage in mundane, repetitive, or dangerous manual labor. That's fine for machines, but it won't satisfy a sentient being for long. The Geth were showing signs of rudimentary self-awareness and independent thought. If the Geth were intelligent, then we were essentially using them as slaves. It was inevitable the newly sentient Geth would rebel against their situation. We knew they would rise up against us, so we acted first. A general order went out across all Quarian-controlled systems to permanently deactivate all Geth. The Geth responded to this order violently.
Oh, and when they found out that they were aware, they found out too late.
You can't blame them for fighting for their survival.
We had no other choice. The Geth were already on the verge of revolution. By acting quickly, we had a chance to end the war before it began. The hope was that most of the Geth would still be little more than machines, incapable of organized resistance. But they had progressed much further than anyone anticipated. The war was long and bloody. Millions upon millions of Quarians died at their hands. In the end, we were forced to flee our own homeworld.
Wow.
We feared the Geth would pursue us, but they never came beyond the veil. Now we drift through space, exile searching for a way to reclaim what was once ours.
I want to know more about the pilgrimage.
When my people reach maturity, we leave our birth ships and seek acceptance with a new crew. It's necessary to maintain genetic diversity among the fleet. But no ship wants to accept someone who will be a burden on them. So, to prove our worth, we embark on a pilgrimage. We set out alone, leaving the flotilla and our families behind us. We only return once we have found
I think we went through
something
this
of value
one.
we can bring back to the fleet. This is presented as a gift to the captain of the respective ship we wish to join. If the gift is accepted, we are welcomed into the crew.
Can a captain choose to reject the gift?
That doesn't happen often. Most captains are eager to increase the size of their crew. It increases their own standing in our society. Even when the gift is not particularly valuable, the captain usually accepts it out of a sense of tradition. However, there is a stigma to presenting a substandard gift. It's not the best way to make a good impression on a new community. Most pilgrims don't return until they find something worthwhile.
I can't believe they just send you off alone.
It's not like they just cast us out. Before we leave, we are given lessons in how to survive outside the flotilla, and given gifts to help us on our journey. We also receive implants to fight off sickness and disease. Generations of living in an isolated and highly controlled environment have left our immune systems weaker than most. By the time we leave the fleet, we are well equipped for the pilgrimage. This is a rite of passage for all Quarians. If it were dangerous, our numbers would suffer. Virtually every pilgrimage ends with a triumphant return and the ritual presentation of the gift to one of the fleet's captains.
I want to talk about something else.
Like what?
I should go.
See you later.
There we go. New codex entry. Quarian's economy. While we unlocked a lot about the Quarians, the migrant fleet has little economic base, operating in a state of perpetual hand-to-mouth. While Quarian ships include light manufacturing and assembly plants, they lack heavy industries such as refining and shipbuilding. The fleet has tankers for water purification and oxygen cracking. But the space-intensive nature of agriculture limits food production. A single disaster could destroy the fragile balance. The Quarians earn income in creative ways. Because the government is obliged to provide food, water, air, and medical support for every individual, the Conclave strategically determines the course of the fleet to bring in resources and income. A species who suspects the migrant fleet is heading towards their space often offers a gift of surplus starships, fuel, and resources to convince the Conclave to alter course. Whoa, really? As the fleet passes through a system, swarms of mining vessels work over asteroids for metals and siliceous materials and cometary bodies for water, ice, and organics. Quarian miners are adept at locating and strip mining spaceborne resources. This sparks conflict with corporations already working the system. Large mining concerns spend billions on lobbyists and public relations portraying the Quarians as locusts, devouring the resources of a system before moving on. The greatest asset of the Quarians is their rarefied skills. Most are experienced miners. Due to their life of perpetual salvage and repair, they are skilled engineers and technicians. More than once, the very corporations that lobby against the Quarians have made backroom deals with the fleet, arranging for skilled Quarians to fill space engineering jobs that other species would demand higher wages for. Quarians are widely hated among the working classes. The Quarians are coming to take our jobs as a common response to the fleet's approach. They're gonna take our jobs! Quarian's government, due to the Quarians' precarious existence and the need to enforce strict rationing, government is somewhat autocratic. The migrant fleet's operations are directed by the Admiralty, a board of 5 military officers who are advised by a legislative body called the Conclave. Each vessel in the fleet has the right to send representatives to the Conclave aboard the flagship. The number of representatives is based on crew size. Larger clans with bigger ships and more votes form the cores of political blocs. Opposition comes from the Outriders Coalition, with delegates from thousands of smaller ships. The Admiralty defers to the Conclave's decisions in most circumstances. However, if all 5 members agree that a Conclave decision jeopardizes the survival of the fleet and cannot get the Conclave to address their concerns, they have the right to summarily overturn the legislative decision. After the Admiralty uses this extraordinary power, they must resign. If the Admiralty does not step down after using their veto, the rest of the military is obliged to arrest them. Each ship captain has authority over his vessel, but is advised by an elected civilian council, just as the Admiralty is advised by the Conclave. This relationship may range from cooperation to polite tolerance to outright hostility, but any captain who overrules his council without good reason is relieved of command by the Admiralty. Many Quarian ships are owned by clans who pool their resources to purchase used vessels from private sellers. Large ships are prestigious for big, rich clans, but a small ship means status for a small clan with enough personal wealth to afford a private vessel. Clan vessel captains are not subject to dismissal by the Admiralty. Abusive captains are a family problem if they do not disrupt the operations of the fleet. And finally, Quarian's migrant fleet. The migrant fleet is the largest concentration of starfaring vessels in the galaxy, sprawling across millions of kilometers. It can take days for the entire fleet to pass through a mass relay. When the Quarians fled their homeworld, the fleet was a motley aggregation of freighters, shuttles, industrial vessels, and the odd warship. After 3 centuries, all have been modified to support larger crews as comfortably as possible. As the Quarians achieved stability, they began weeding out the ships least suitable for long-term habitation, selling them and pulling the money to buy larger and more space-worthy hulls. This process is ongoing as vessels wear out and break down. While some ships enjoy dedicated cabins with full privacy and sanitary facilities, many more are former freighters, whose cargo bay and containers are pressurized and divided into family spaces using simple metal cubicle bulkheads. The Quarians enliven these austere spaces with colorful quilts and tapestries, which also help muffle sound. The day-to-day operations of the fleet, traffic control, station keeping, supply distribution, and so on, are under military jurisdiction. Though ship captains have the authority to deviate from their assigned positions and may leave the fleet at any time, they are assumed to do so at their own risk. As the migrant fleet moves around the galaxy, many ships split off to pursue individual goals, returning days or years later. Larek says, "How are you liking Mass Effect lore so far, Ox? I love the attention that they put into all the little details. It really makes the world feel realistic."
Hey, Commander, you know that Quarian, Tally? She's been spending all her time down here asking me about our engines.
I'll tell her to leave you alone.
What? No.
That's not what
amazing.
I said.
I wish my guys were half as smart as she is. Give her a month on board and she'll know more about our engines than I do. She's got a real knack for technology, that one. I can see why you wanted her to come along.
That's really frustrating. I asked if she was bothering him, and what he says is, "I'll tell her to leave you alone." Those are two very different things. If this keeps up, it's going to start to bother me.
I figured she'd be a real asset to the team.
You got an eye for talent, Commander, but I'm guessing that's not why you came down here.
Fill me in on the IES stealth systems. How does it work exactly?
You can't hide a ship out in space. They emit too much heat and radiation. Too easy for sensors to pick them up, unless you find a way to capture those emissions. So our stealth systems trap the energy we give off in storage sinks built into the ship itself. No emissions to give away our location. Eventually the sinks have to be vented. More than a few hours silent running and they overheat. Cook us inside our own hull.
There's no way for anyone to detect us?
A visual scan can still pick us up. Anyone looking out a window can see us plain as day. But you have to be pretty close to get an actual visual out in space. Most vessels rely on scanners. As long as the stealth systems are engaged, they can't see us. Not unless we accelerate to FTL speeds.
Why doesn't it work with faster-than-light travel?
Cranking up to FTL blue shifts our emissions, pushes them into frequencies too high to capture in the sinks. As soon as we make the jump, it's like setting off a flare. Sensors can pick up our location whenever we enter or exit FTL flight, but for short-range missions, our stealth systems are amazing, and we've got the only one.
Where else have you served, Adams?
If you name a class of Alliance ship, I've probably served on it. Everything from dreadnoughts and carriers right down to frigates like the Normandy. My last assignment was on the Tokyo, only a cruiser, but she was a good ship. Couldn't hold a candle to the Normandy, though.
I want to know more about the Normandy.
She's the best ship I've ever served on, probably the fastest vessel ever designed. And she's the only one using the new Tantalus drive core.
What's so special about the Tantalus drive core?
Proportionally, it's about twice the size of any other vessel. Not only are we faster, we can run at FTL speeds longer before we have to discharge the core.
Carry on, Adams.
Aye, aye, Commander.
New Codex entry. Ships and vehicles.
Faster-than-light drives use elements. Larger warships are generally classified in one of four weights. Frigates are small, fast ships used for scouting and screening of larger vessels. Frigates often operate in wolf-pack flotillas. Cruisers are middleweight combatants, faster than dreadnoughts and more heavily armed than frigates. Cruisers are the standard patrol unit and often lead frigate flotillas. Dreadnoughts are kilometer-long capital ships mounting heavy, long-range firepower. They are only deployed for the most vital missions. Carriers are dreadnought-sized vessels that also carry large numbers of fighters. Smaller vessels are almost exclusively used in a support role to the warships during combat. Fighters are one-man craft used to perform close-range attacks on enemy ships. Interceptors are one-man craft optimized for destroying opposing fighters.
Now, he talked about the Normandy's FTL drive, so is this new?
Faster-than-light drives use element zero cores to reduce the mass of the ship, allowing higher rates of acceleration. This effectively raises the speed of light within the mass effect field, allowing high-speed travel with negligible relativistic time dilation effects. Starships still require conventional thrusters, chemical rockets, commercial fusion torch, economy ion engine, or military anti-proton drive, in addition to the FTL drive core. With only a core, a ship has no motive power. The amount of EZO and power required for a drive increases exponentially to the mass being moved and the degree it is being lightened. Very massive ships or very high speeds are prohibitively expensive. If the field collapses while the ship is moving at faster than light speed, the effects are catastrophic. The ship is snapped back to sublight velocity, the enormous excess energy shed in the form of lethal Cherenkov radiation.
Ooh. All right. Well, we have had quite a few conversations, haven't we? I think that's everyone. Which means we need to plot a course. Wait, did we go up here? We did, yeah. All right, let's plot a course. New codex entry just for walking up here.
The Citadel is an ancient deep space station. Citadel space is an unofficial term referring to any region of space controlled by a species that acknowledges the authority of the Citadel Council. At first glance, it appears this territory encompasses most of the galaxy. In reality, however, less than 1% of the stars have been explored. Even Mass Effect FTL drive is slow relative to the volume of the galaxy. Empty space and systems without suitable drive discharge sites are barriers to exploration. Only the mass relays allow ships to jump hundreds of light years in an instant, the key to expanding across an otherwise impassable galaxy. Whenever a new relay is activated, the destination system is rapidly developed. From that hub, FTL drive is used to expand to nearby star clusters. The result is a number of densely developed clusters, thinly spread across the vast expanse of space, connected by the mass relay network.
Which makes sense. I imagine it would be nearly impossible for any empire to occupy all of a galaxy. All right, I'm gonna go get more coffee. My pot's already brewed. 2 seconds, be right back. There we go. Told you that'd be quick. Ah, perfect. Now, we need to find Liara T'Soni. We need to go to Artemis Tau. Oh, cool. Citadel. Supposedly constructed by the long-extinct Protheans, this colossal deep space station serves as the capital of the Citadel Council. Gravity is simulated through rotation and is a comfortable 1.02 standard Gs on the wards and a light 0.03 standard Gs on the Presidium wing. Oh, wow. All right. Oh, no. How do I navigate this? Oh, my gosh. It's so wiggly. Widow? What? Oh, I see. I had to zoom out more. Holy cow. Oh my gosh. All right, Serpent Nebula. Here we go. Novaria, Asteroid X5, Liara's dig site, Artemis Tau. That's it. Fredbus says moving your cursor over asteroid belts on the galaxy map may reveal hidden resources. Okay. Wow, this is intense. Hawking ETA, Kepler Verge, Armstrong Nebula, Argos Rho, Gemini Sigma, Hades Gamma, and Voyager Cluster. All right, well, let's go to Liara's dig site. Sparta, Macedon, Athens, Knossos. Okay, so they're all Greek. Artemis Tau. No. Okay, journal. Go to Artemis Tau. Explore the uncharted worlds of the Artemis Tau cluster. Oh, we have to explore each of these? Right, well, let's start with Sparta. Here we go. So cool. Okay, so this is the solar system Sparta. Tremaine, Aeolus, Antamalka. Oh geez, where do we even begin? Let's try Altaia. Weepoot says the game music in the galaxy map is too loud, Ox. Okay, I'll turn that volume down when I can access my menu. Altalia is an unusually large terrestrial world with a trace atmosphere of methane and ammonia. The surface is frozen and mainly composed of sandstone and other sedimentary rocks with deposits of iron and chlorides. Judging by the sedimentary composition of the crust, it appears that Altaia once possessed an atmosphere thick enough to support some form of liquid. What cataclysm stripped the atmosphere and left the planet to freeze is not currently known. Okay. Okay, so not every planet has something that we can interact with. Well, let's try Tremanre. Tremanre is a dwarf planet composed of light magnesium silicates with deposits of aluminum. Its surface is covered by wide swaths of ancient dark basaltic lava, possibly indicating the world was created through an impact with some other body in the system. Tremonre's magnetic field is non-existent. This makes it impossible for ships to dump drive charge from orbit. That said, Tremonre's minuscule gravity allows even cruiser-sized vessels to land safely for direct grounding. Julian Z says, Ox, you've finally seen the galaxy map. I hope you take time to explore it fully. You can't land on every planet, but you can often learn a lot about it just by reading descriptions and even find something neat. Thank you. Alsages. Small distant Alsages is a small terrestrial with a trace atmosphere of methane and argon. The surface is composed of water, ice, and calcium with occasional deposits of light metals. During the Alliance's pirate suppression campaign in the 2160s, the Batarian Ulam Ranpera was caught with his frigate Tuneran grounded on Alsages for drive discharge. When challenged by the cruiser Hyderabad, Ranpera refused to surrender. The Tuneran was destroyed attempting to take off. The debris is strewn across the southern hemisphere. Now we find an option to survey here. Rare element surveyed. Scans from the orbit has detected a small deposit of plutonium. Awesome. Wow, that leaves 2 planets left. El Edolus.
Commander, I'm picking up a signal from the planet's surface. It looks like an automated distress beacon.
Hello, what's this now? Richard Johansson says, on the Armstrong Nebula, there is a mission that is related to Tali. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Richard. Edolus is a terrestrial planet with an atmosphere of carbon dioxide and nitrogen. Edolus's surface is covered by wide deserts of silicate sand, with only a few areas of igneous rock highlands to break the abrasive, dust-choked wind. Edolus's orbit is congested with debris thrown inward by the gravity of the gas giant Ontamalka. Due to a high rate of meteor impacts, exploration is highly dangerous. Adam W. says, no N7 mug today. Oh, I forgot my N7 mug. Doggone it all. I'll have to remember for next week. Sorry, folks. Neil Lindgren says, you can sometimes find hidden asteroids. In asteroid belts, you can scan for minerals. All right, I'll do my best to try to find some. Will we find an option to land? Well, what have we in store here? Let's go with Rex and Tali. Christopher Lowe says, make sure to check the asteroid belts for hidden asteroids, too, that you can scan, Ox. Thank you, Christopher. Oh, sweet. That is so cool. All right. Well, here we are. Oh my gosh. This is awesome. Well, where do we go? Oh, there's something over here. I had no idea the game was like this. This is great. last save. Crap. There's a cannon, says Joe. Oh. Okay. Ethan says these Uncharted planets have gotten a bit of a facelift in this remaster, but they're still pretty empty. Usually only one side quest per planet. Thank you, Ethan. Joe V says you might want to consider writing down each system and cluster you visit so you're not trying to guess later whether you visited them all or not. Okay. So thank you for that. Cannon. I'll try to use my cannon. Okay, let's quick save a little bit closer so we don't have to drive so much. Julian Z says, Ox, check your map for points of interest. Okay. Left shift boost. Alright, quick save. Golly, that was tough. Julian Z says, Ox, your first Thresher mod. Good luck. Did I do it right? I finally killed it. Jeez. Joe Googe says, sometimes you can drive around on planets orbiting a blue supergiant. Others, binary stars. It's my favorite part and have lots of hours just looking around. Thank you, my friend. All right, so do I get out? Ryan says, success. Congrats on defeating the world boss. Is that the world boss of this planet? Oh, I thought... What? I thought that was just like a normal encounter. Is that the boss of the planet? So, do I scan it? The spice is yours now. you can get out. All right. No. Combat. Vehicle. Forward, backward, fire cannon, toggle, repair, jump jets, boosters. Exit vehicle queue.
Alliance soldiers. Looks like they were lured here by the distress beacon.
Aliens, non-sapient...
After the Geth secure a Thresher maws are subterranean carnivores that spend their entire lives eating or searching for something to eat. Threshers reproduce via spores that can lie dormant for millennia, yet are robust enough to survive prolonged periods in deep space and atmospheric re-entry. As a result, Thresher spores appear on many worlds, spread by previous generations of space travelers. The body of a Thresher never entirely leaves the ground. Only the head and tentacles erupt from the Earth to attack. In addition to physical attacks, Threshers have the ability to project toxic chemicals and emit bursts of infrasound as a shockwave weapon. The Alliance first encountered Threshers on the colony of Akuz in 2177. After contact was lost with the Pioneer team, Marine units were deployed to investigate. The shore parties were set upon by hungry Threshers, and nearly the entire assault force was killed. Alliance forces recommend engaging Threshers with vehicle-mounted heavy weapons.
Well, thanks for that. Could have used that at the beginning, guys. Vehicle-mounted
Pharos
heavy
is a
weapons.
habitable world in the... There are between 2 and 400 billion stars in the galaxy, and less than 1% of them have ever been visited or had their systems properly surveyed. Humanity's early expansion into the Attican Traverse was haphazard, a desperate race to claim habitable planets where populations can be economically settled. Ignored in the wake of this land grab were thousands of less hospitable worlds, each potentially rich with industrial resources. The wealth of entire solar systems lies untapped, waiting for corporate survey teams or independent pioneers to discover and exploit them. However, this is not an easy task. In addition to the environmental hazards, the fact that uncharted worlds are largely ignored makes them popular bases for criminals, revolutionaries, cults, and others who wish to remain unnoticed by galactic society.
Oh, man. I had no idea the game was like this, that I could travel from planet to planet. I thought it was more linear than that. That's awesome. Wait, there was another one. Humanity in the System Alliance. Systems Alliance Geological Survey. As the human race expands its territory and raises the general standard of living, demand for industrial resources continues to grow. Many planets, moons, and asteroids contain a wealth of resources, but many systems have barely been charted, let alone thoroughly surveyed. Unmanned probes are one solution, but they are often lost to space hazards, unforeseen circumstances, or theft by salvagers. In recent years, AGES, the Alliance of Geological Service, or the Alliance Geological Service, has offered bounties to private individuals or teams willing to perform mineralogical surveys on the frontier. This survey data is made publicly available to further corporate development. Due to the cost of travel and the dangers of operating on hostile worlds, it is rarely a profitable endeavor. Okay, so I'm getting this one because I did a scan of the other planet earlier before I got to this one. Light metals, metals with low atomic weight, are often used in the construction of spacecraft and vehicles. Heavy metals, metals with higher atomic weights, are used to construct equipment and components. The platinum group elements are particularly useful. Rare earths. Most useful materials in the category are radioactives or magnets, and gases. Various gases are required to support all known forms of sapient life. Some are commonly used as fuel. Now this updated my journal. Oh! UNC hostage and UNC missing Marines. Find the freighter in the Farinta system of the Hades Gamma cluster and make your way to the biotics on board. What? Oh, speak to Kahuku. You've found the dead bodies of the men who served under Admiral Kahuku. Return to the Citadel Tower and inform the Admiral of their fate. I see, so that's what we just finished there. But then, UNC valuable minerals, find more minerals. Oh, okay. Farinta system of the Hades Gamma cluster. Gosh, all of these quests. Well, we found the Marines.
Looks like these men were under Admiral Kahoku's command. He'd want to know what happened here.
I said I would turn music down, didn't I? Metagel. Hey. Right. Now. Oh, we unlocked a world map. I'm going to explore everything on this map. We've got an anomaly to the northeast, and we've got some debris south of it. Well, I'll tell you what. Oh, yes. Let's go to the anomaly. Then we'll go to the debris. This is so great. I got it. I gotta unbind shift. This is like a tank. I love it. A fast tank. I don't see anything down there, do you? Oh, there's something. Oh, God. Oh! Oh, they're trying to make me drive. You know I can't drive in games. Oh, it's a body.
Got it.
Mummified Solarian. Recover artifact. Oh. ID tag recovered. You found Captain Millen's identification tag. How it ended up here is impossible to know for sure. Journal and area map updated. What quest was that for? You found a Solarian artifact. Keep looking for more. Oh. Locate signs of battle. Okay. Well, that's that one. Let's go to the debris. Love this. Laurie says, Ox, feel free to drive off cliffs. The Mako can handle it. All right. Whoa, yeah. I'm going to fly with this thing. Look this thing. Hey. All right, what's up here? I mean, it says it's right in front of me. Go big or go home. Yeah! Oh, Crash Pro. Wow, you're right. The first thing I stumbled upon on this planet was the boss of the planet. Everything else has been minor. Crashed probe, salvage. Hey. Decrypting. Ooh, it's a tough one. Nope, there we go. Hey, heat sink, shield regenerator, and combat sensor. That's everything. Okay. Planet done. Return to Normandy. I mean, is there anything else here that's not marked on the map? Can I just, like, if I keep driving around, will I find stuff? I'm kind of having fun on this planet. But then again, I'm sure there are lots of others. Whoa! I'm gonna flip! Can I find, is there like a scan I can do? Whoa! Oh God! Alright, what's up here? I already did that one, didn't I? Yeah. Going back. Flip! Oh, do a flip! Oh man, look at that. All right. I'm having way too much fun. Let's see. Back to the Normandy. I think that's it. Well, there's this big plane down here. I got it. The Raging Krogan says there are minerals around. Look at the wiki. Oh, well, I can't alt-tab to look at the wiki. What's that? Hello. DRM says, I usually go to every single corner of each map to find everything. It might take your playthrough a little longer, though, lol. Christopher Lowe says, there are unmarked resources and collectibles on most worlds. Explore to find them all. Well, okay. I think we found one. No, it's just a big burnt out husk. Well, let's go over here. Julian Z says, Ox, for your information, the Mako Drive feel was updated in the new edition, but they gave you the option to switch back to the original Mako feel in the options. The original was much floatier. I'm liking this one. Neil Lindgren says there are often mineral deposits you can only find by driving around. They're not vital to find, but they can add to your resources. Well, we'll explore this desert over here and then move on. Oh, look at that. There's something on my mini-map. Can't scale a vertical surface. Yeah, no! Ah! Look at that. Survey mineral. Rare element surveyed. You have successfully surveyed a small deposit of polonium. Cool.
All targets down.
It's like a cat, it always lands on its feet. Alright, that's the edge of the map. I think... Wait, no. Oh yeah, that's the Mako. Alright, I think we're done here. Well, that was great. Now that I know I can do that, I'm going to have so much fun. Right. That was Edolus. That leaves one planet left in this solar system. Now, you told me to take a look at the asteroid belts. Whoa! A collection of small salacious asteroids loosely bound together by gravity. Survey. Prothean data disk recovered. While scanning the asteroid belt in the Sparta system, you found signs of habitation. A recon team was sent to investigate one of the larger asteroids. The rock had a small functioning biodome, but no sign of anyone still living there. There was, however, a data console with an intact Prothean data disk inside. Awesome! And that looks like it's it. On to Malka. DH says finding each world's collectibles gets experience and credits, plus contributes to the larger collection quests in your journal. Thank you, DH. And then Zane the Insane says, hello there. Finally almost caught the tail of the stream, it seems. Yeah, how long have we been going here? Let's see. Holy cow, has it been almost 3 hours already? I feel like I've been playing for 30 minutes. It's because we spent half the time on the Citadel. Man, I feel like I'm finally off the Citadel and the game is beginning. This part is great. I wish I could do this part longer. Zane the Insane says, hello there. Oh, no, I read that one. Then Jared on Facebook with a donation of stars says, hi, Oxhorn, I'm on my way back. Just wanted to let you know when you get back to the Normandy, look at the Miko more closely to get a codex about it. Will do. Thank you, Jared. All right, on to Malka. Antamalka is a large hydrogen-helium gas giant with traces of chlorine and sulfur in the atmosphere. Its massive gravity well tugs many asteroids from the outer belt inwards, past the orbit of Altaia and Daedalus, and eventually settle into the inner belt. Antamalka's orbit is congested with hundreds of captured moons. Most last only a few thousand years before being ejected, dragged down into the atmosphere, or ripped apart by tidal forces and added to the gas giant's immense rings. Attempting to navigate this chaotic environment is hazardous at best. Ships without military-grade kinetic barriers are likely to suffer catastrophic impacts. Brian Sanchez says, longer stream, please. Man, I got tactics videos to make. We can survey it. Gas deposit surveyed. Scans from orbit have detected a large concentration of hydrogen. And there we go. Well, that's it. Well, that's it for Sparta. Let's go clockwise and move on to Macedon. Angry Beaverhausen says, we all love when you have a Blast Ox play on. Thank you, Angry. And Little Timmy says, Timmy! Good to see you, Timmy. All right, well, we see one asteroid belt. Let's take a gander. A metal-rich asteroid, survey it. Light metal surveying. While scanning this asteroid field in the Artemis Tau cluster, you detected a large deposit of titanium. Nice. All right, let's go clockwise. First with Shargelia. Warning! Level 1 pressure hazard. Shargelia has a very dense atmosphere of ammonia and oxygen. Its temperate surface is mainly composed of alumina with deposits of sulfur. Comm buoys in the system have recently logged a number of unregistered vessels operating nearby. Shargelia has an extensive silicon-based oxygen-breathing ecology. Heavily populated areas are covered with fine silica, silicon dioxide dust, the respiratory byproduct of the world's higher animal forms. High-speed surface winds, often laden with abrasive silica dust, present a hazard. In areas where the wind deposits have a great deal of silica, footing can be treacherous. EVAs are discouraged. We can land. Okay, this one actually has vegetation. Now, 3 points of interest. Let's go counterclockwise. Debris. Alright, what's this? Begin manual bypass. Back on it. And we update the area map. Next up, Stronghold. Oh, that's part of the plot. Okay, let's do Anomaly then. We'll do Stronghold last. That's the stronghold I see on my minimap. Let's go to the anomaly, and then maybe we should do a big sweep of this mare before we go up to the stronghold. All right, there's the anomaly. Oh. Asari capsule. Recover artifact. Matriarch's writings recovered. It's not clear who lived here, but it appears to have been abandoned for some time. The container in the tent held, among other things, one of Matriarch Delinga's writings. That was the other voice on the holotape with Saren, wasn't it? Journal updated. Prothean data disks. Found data disk. 1 of 7. Asari writings. Find Asaran writings. 1 of 10. Drain says, pwn that nooba with the uberlate hacks and the prawn. With the Roxers, Boxers, Omega? Hacks. Ruffle mouth. Thank you, Drain. Codex. Aliens, extinct races. Prothean data disks. Despite all the evidence confirming the existence of the Protheans, little is known about their culture and society. From time to time, dig sites will yield new clues, but after 50,000 years of decay, little of value is unearthed. Recent research has focused on the discovery of Prothean data disks. On their own, they are frail and rarely found in one piece. Occasionally, however, an intact disk will be discovered with the console or reading device. To date, over 36 disks have been recovered, and a few of those have been restored to the point where researchers can begin analyzing them. Though it may be some time before scientists discover a way to transfer the data off the disk, they are currently considered the most tangible leads for learning about the Prothean culture. That's it. You might want to say Vox, says Alt Grendel. Thank you, Alt Grendel. Thorium deposit. Survey mineral. Rare element surveyed. You have successfully surveyed a large deposit of thorium. Bingo. Right. That's 3 things down. Let's go explore this section way down here, where we might find another deposit. Then we'll go up here, and finally, we'll go to the stronghold. Well, we found something, but it's not marked. Looks like we can't survey it. Yay! Hey, look at that! Up there. We're gonna get up there.
You need to turn back, Commander. You're going beyond the range of the operational area.
Get up. Yeah! No! Come on! Oh, come on! How do I get that? Gonna get it. Stop defying me, gravity!
You need to turn back, Commander. You're going beyond the range of the operational area.
Got it. Okay, it's right over there. Oh yes, come on, come on. Oh yes, come on. There we go, up, there we go. No, yeah. Yes. Oh, got it. Bingo. Rare element surveyed. You have successfully surveyed a large deposit of uranium. Oh, uranium. Getting hammer. Mark says, crazy to see how Mass Effect 1 inspired Outer Worlds. Oh, you think so? Maybe. I'm sure it did in some way. Dethica says, has the Mako actually Ox-proofed driving? I mean, I can't wreck unless I'm in a battle, so yeah. Pavel says, Ox, no auto-saves on planets. Better save regularly. I will. Thank you. Right. Well, I think we've got all the minerals. I'd be surprised if there were more. Let's go up here. Then we'll go there to the stronghold. Save. Way too much fun with this thing. All right, that's the edge of the map. Okay. Now to the stronghold. Let's do a save. Hard save. Got him. Bingo. Eat that, pirates. Whoops. Let's go inside. Quick save. Ooh. What are you doing, Rex? It's in my line of sight, Rex! Get up!
Go, go, go!
You must die!
Who's shooting? Where's Talia? Is that Talia? Oh my god! Down I go. Joe V says Mako has a sniper mode. Set it up in key bindings. And then Philip G says, Cole Phelps' partner would be like, finally a place where he can be free, nothing to hit or run over. And Stefano says, you can give orders to your teammates to go to specific places or attack specific enemies.
Heads up!
Come on, buddy. Peek out. Peek out. Quick save. Can I quick save? No, I can't quick save. Right.
Eat this! Here it comes! Fire in the hole!
Those grenades are really useful. Zane the Insane says, the way you play Ox, I think you should have picked a soldier class. You keep shooting, mostly from sniper, and almost don't use your powers. Oh yeah, I have powers, don't I? Ethan H says, use your barrier ability in close quarters. Right, that's, what's my barrier ability? Order rally, order squad mate 1 to move and attack, 2 to move and attack. And then quick slots. shield boost, warp, adrenaline burst, throw. So that must be my barrier. No? Adrenaline boost? Pavel says, Ox, those orange rectangles you could sometimes see while aiming are things you can shoot at to explode and hurt the enemies standing around. Okay, thank you. Hey. This one's tricky. Ah! There we go. You discovered evidence that the Asari leading these slavers and Nasana Dantius, an important ambassador on the Citadel, are sisters. You should return to the Presidium and confront Nasana with this. All right. Oh, God. Golly. It's annoying as heck. Anonymously Calm says, it became a bronze ox. Thank you, Anonymously Calm. Well, I found the data I needed, but there was a room downstairs as well. Yep. Oh, yeah. Hooray. Whew. Okay. Well, this place is clear. Unless more baddies spawn outside. Ooh, what's this? Anonymously Calm says, hey, Ox, you brought me joy and happiness in dark times. Much love. Much love back at you, my friend. Okay, that one still has a an exclamation point on it. Have I cleared it? There's no X on it. I cleared that big X on it. Oh, but that just means point of interest. I'm assuming I cleared it. And I explored all of this pretty much. So I think we'll return. Awesome. So we did Sharija. Let us now try Porolan. Porolan is an enormous terrestrial planet, half again the size of Earth. Despite its thick atmosphere, the weak output of the red dwarf Macedon leaves its surface biting cold. The crust is mainly composed of silica, but significant deposits of iron and other industrial metals are present. These iodes may prove rich enough, or these lodes may prove rich enough to be profitably mined despite the heavy gravity. We can survey it. Matriarch's writings recovered. You were scanning the planet Porolan when a strange signal came from orbit. Navigator Presley determined the signal was from an ancient beacon. Our salvage team brought the beacon aboard and found one of Matriarch Dilingye's writings in its storage compartment. All right, next up, Patavig. Patavig is the second of the Macedon system's giant terrestrial planets, and by far the more interesting. Most of the surface is covered by a vast sea of liquid ammonia, in which a unique aquatic ammonia-based biosphere has developed. While the frozen continents are largely bereft of life, a rich bounty of complex organisms, many larger than a human, flourish in the chilly, toxic seas. While dreadfully inhospitable to humans, Patavig is suitable for colonization by the Volus. Negotiations between the Systems Alliance and the Volus' patrons, the Turian hierarchy, have made good progress. All right, nothing here for us. That leaves one planet left, Fargaluz. Fargaluz is a standard hydrogen-helium gas giant with an abundance of airborne hydrocarbons. We can survey it. Gas deposit survey. Scans from orbit have detected a large concentration of xenon. Fantastic. Well, that's it for Macedon. Sparta check. Macedon check. Next up, Athens. Let's start with the asteroid belt. Nothing. All right, we've got 5 planets. Let's go way out here. Pharos. Distant Pharos has seen only a cursory examination by an unmanned probe. It has a trace atmosphere of nitrogen and argon. Its surface is mainly composed of tin with deposits of carbon. Deeper craters have been partially filled by ice, suggesting there may be a significant amount of water locked up beneath its frozen surface. A large ice-bright crater in the southern hemisphere makes the planet visible from the inner system, leading to the planet's name, Pharos. We can survey it. Turian insignia recovered. Scans of the planet Pharos revealed an abandoned base on its moon. The recon team found nothing of interest, but much of the debris was marked with a Magna Colony insignia. Then we'll go clockwise from the inner part of the system. Salamis. The geological properties of Salamis have been scanned from orbit, but little else is known about it. Due to its thick carbon dioxide atmosphere and proximity to the energetic star Athens, the equatorial daytime temperatures have been known to turn the surface molten. The crust is composed of iron with deposits of platinum group metals. Nothing to scan. Next up is Nausicaa. I'm guessing this is a water world? Traces of sodium in the atmosphere give Nausicaa its overall dark gray color, but it is otherwise a typical hydrogen-helium gas giant. An abundance of water vapor in the upper atmosphere account for its white clouds. Next up, Circe. Circe is a modestly sized hydrogen-helium gas giant with traces of sulfur and chlorine. These give it its striking yellow-green tint. As the development of the Proteus colony continues, Circe will likely be developed for helium-3 mining. We can survey it. Gas deposit surveyed. While scanning this gas giant, we detected a large concentration of helium-3. Wow! That leaves one planet left. Proteus. Like the Hanar homeworld, Proteus has more than 90% oceanic cover. The incredible heat thrown off from Athens raises global humidity to 100%, creates constant cloud cover, and powers colossal typhoons that rage across the surface year-round. Hot, humid, and storm-racked, Proteus's rare combination of oxygen-nitrogen atmosphere and carbon-based biosphere nevertheless recommended for colonization. A pilot program is studying the possibility of colonies below the ocean surface, safe from the worst effects of the weather. We can survey it. Gas deposit surveyed. Proteus has a large amount of free oxygen. And that's the entire system. Wow, am I missing anything? No, that's every single planet. And the asteroid belt. Well, that leaves one left in this cluster of Artemis Tau, Knossos. Two asteroid belts. Metallic asteroid. A metal-rich asteroid. Scans of this asteroid field have revealed several deposits of platinum. Carbonaceous asteroid. Medallion recovered. Scans of the asteroid field in the Knossos system revealed some strange readings. Upon closer inspection, Navigator Presley discovered the remains of an abandoned Solarian fighter. The only thing of interest on board was a League of One medallion. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 planets. Let's start way out here. Arcanes. A small hydrogen-helium gas giant, Arcanes has been developed as a full-featured, if modest, stopover for ships hauling refined materials from Therum. In addition to a powerful magnetic field to dump drive charges, Arcanes has a largely automated infrastructure of helium-3 refining and deuterium mining on its many water ice moons. We can survey it, and we found a concentration of nitrogen. Next up, Zakros. Zakros is a terrestrial world with a nitrogen-methane atmosphere containing trace amounts of hydrocarbons. Its frigid surface is mainly composed of water, ice, and hydrocarbon slush. Most of the surface is not solid enough to support the full weight of a landed ship. If approach is necessary, use shuttles or keep the ship's mass effect envelope up. Nothing. Theorem. Here it is. Theorem is a distant but rich industrial world claimed by the Human Systems Alliance. Its plentiful heavy metals have fueled the recent manufacturing boom on Earth. Core samples rich with the fossils of simple silicon-based organisms indicate Theorem was more habitable in the past than it is at present. Perhaps this explains the many Prothean ruins dotting the surface, most of which have been looted by mining corporations. And we can land. I'll use the other squad names as we flesh this squad out and level them up. Wow, and we land right in the thick of it.
Commander, I'm picking up some strange readings. Really strange, like off the damn charts. It looks like it's coming from an underground complex a few clicks away from the drop zone.
Oh, and this is linear. We have one path to follow. Here's a refinery. And there's something up there. No, that's transition. Oh. Okay, wow, we've got some codex entries.
The Asari were the first species to discover the Citadel. When the Solarians arrived, it was the Asari who proposed the establishment of the Citadel Council to maintain peace throughout the galaxy.
We've done that one already. Ah, here it is. Aliens Council races. Turians, the Unification War. When did we unlock this one? At about the time the Solarians and Asari were forming the Council, the Turians were embroiled in a bitter civil war. The Unification War, as it was later named, began with hostilities between the colonies furthest from the Turian homeworld, Palaven. These colonies were run by local chieftains, many of whom had distanced themselves from the hierarchy. Without the galvanizing influence of the government, the colonies became increasingly isolated and xenophobic. Colonists began wearing emblems or facial markings to differentiate themselves from members of other colonies, and open hostilities became common. When war finally broke out, the hierarchy maintained strict diplomacy and refused to get involved. After several years of fighting, less than a dozen factions remained, and the hierarchy finally intervened. By that time, the chieftains were too weak to resist. They were forced to put an end to fighting and renew their allegiance to the hierarchy. Though peace was restored, it took several decades for animosity between colonists to fade completely. To this day, most Turians still wear the facial markings of their home colonies. As a point of interest, the Turian term barefaced refers to one who is beguiling or not to be trusted. It is also a slang term for politicians. Looks like that's it. Journal update. Sorry, diplomacy. Inform Nasana. Go to the embassy lounge on the Presidium level of the Citadel and tell Nasana Dantius that her sister Dahlia is dead. That was from the last planet. Turian insignias found insignia. Keep searching until we have all of the lost insignias. I see. So finding this insignia unlocked that codex entry. We have found 1 of 13. Squad. We've got 4 points to spend. Well, I haven't been using any of my biotic abilities, have I? Spectre training. Yeah, let's do that. Allows you to immediately restore your squad members to fighting state after they have been knocked out in combat. I like it. Let's go all the way. He's got 4 points as well. assault rifles is low. But 4 points, we can master immunity. Oh, but that's locked. We can master shield boost. Restores even bigger portion of shield. Looks like there's no reward for us at the end of the electronics or decryption trees. These are both really useful. Let's start with decryption. Maximize that, then we'll maximize electronics. Brandon Murphy says, I'm just saying Oxhorn, Mass Effect, After Dark. I'd watch that. Can I get a second in the chat? Man, I only have so much time, my friend. I wish I could play all the time for you guys, but I got things to do. I haven't looked at equipment in a while, have I? I have an Avenger 2 now. Hammer 2, or Reaper 2. Reaper 2 slightly reduces damage per second, but significantly improves my heat sink capacity at the expense of my accuracy. So I lose 3 points in accuracy, 1 point in DPS, but I gain great heat sink capacity. Let's try it. So this is better for everything except for tech biotic protection. Let's use it. So the Unity amp compared to the Solaris amp increases my duration, but reduces power by half and reduces my cooldown. I don't even understand what this is yet, so I'm not going to do it. All right, so let's do him. He can wear the Guardian 2, which improves everything except for biotic and tech protection. It's okay, we'll do that. I haven't spec'd into assault rifles or shotguns with him yet, so let's give him a good pistol. We can give him the Edge 3. Then let's give her a good sniper. Let's give her the Hammer 2. Actually, she's already got a pretty good Reaper 2. She can keep that. What has he got? He's got the Avenger 1, so let's give him the Hammer 2. She already has the Hurricane 2. I could give her a better assault rifle. Yeah. Let's give her the Banshee. Let's give him the... Nope, I like the one he's got better. Alright, so let's see if she could use a good shotgun. Oh, she's already got that. I could give her the Edge too. All right, let's talk about mods. Hammerhead rounds, 20% weapon force, anti-personnel rounds, Hammerhead rounds 2, phasic rounds 2, shield bypass. Yeah, let's do shield bypass. Improved sighting 3, 2-level detection, 12 heat absorption, plus 12% damage. Stability. Let's do improved sighting. Give her chemical rounds. Combat sensor. Oops. Okay. Brian Sanchez says, I second that. Come on, Ox. Tactics can wait. And then Dirty McCormick says, just finished a comprehensive 50-hour playthrough of Mass Effect 1. Really fun old-school RPG, but the side quests / exploration bear diminishing returns rather quickly. Well, we'll see how long I can take it. Ooh, there's something right over that hill. Yeah, right where the refinery is. Whoa! What? I got a codex entry. Aliens, non-council races. Geth. Armatures. Armatures are quadruped all-terrain heavy weapons platforms akin to the armored fighting vehicles of other races. Geth being synthetic intelligences. Armatures are not crude vehicles, but intelligent entities capable of independent decision-making and learning. Armatures are equipped with heavy kinetic barriers. Their main cannon, mounted on the articulated head turret, appears to be a highly efficient conventional mass accelerator. It is capable of firing in anti-personnel and anti-tank modes. Some armatures carry drones into battle, presumably for reconnaissance purposes. Others host a swarm of insect-sized repair microbots. New cigar. I got what? 30 minutes left. Gosh, this day is going by so quick. No, I've got 10 minutes left. What? How did that hour fly by?
Only a fool punches a Nathak in the mouth. We should sneak around and pull its tail.
Okay, so we destroyed these turrets. Does this mean we gotta go on foot now? Durag says, come on, Ox, just 2 more hours. Alright, so we've got a door here that we can't open. I mean, I suppose we could try to fly over it by going into the rocks. Oh, there's a path over here. Ah. So that's what Rex was trying to say. Julian P says, "Oh, Ox, how I wish you had 10-hour streams." I gotta sleep and eat and care for my children, guys. Blasting things with this tank seems so unfair. But it's great fun. Okay, so yeah, we were able to just go around. But now we're stuck by another barrier and there doesn't appear to be a way around it. Ah, we can open the gate. Oh. I so don't have the patience for that minigame. Okay, so from there. That was the lock gate. Oh, hey. Well, we'll explore all of these, won't we? What's that? It's another explosive. Hello. Ah! Wow. He surprised me. Alright, so if we found one here, we should be able to find one in the other one. Brian Sanchez says, can we pitch in to get a clone made of you who just streams all day? Ox, you're the best streamer around, and it's rare to find someone who is new to Mass Effect. I mean, if cloning people was a reality, I'd totally volunteer myself. Ooh, Avenger 3. Sweet.
Good to go.
I messed up that grenade. Okay. Rockland F says, mod those minigames out and it wouldn't bug me, lol. Yeah, it wouldn't bug me either. Brian says, pretty sure there are mods that add quest markers. Well, so far I'm doing okay without them. So far. Alright, now I can quick save. Colossus. Golly. Move it or lose it. Oh, we got a deep, dark tunnel. Hey. Is that treasure? Nope. They don't have a lot of chests around here that we can loot, do they? There it is. Big boss area. I'm gonna bang on the door. Oh no, it's a tunnel. Oh god. Joseph says, seriously thinking about buying this game. How do you like the game so far? And is it worth the buy? Love the streams. Keep up the good work. Well, I haven't played the other two that come with it, but I'm having an absolute blast with this game so far. I mean, I love lore. I love stories. I love world building. I love RPGs. I typically don't like vehicular combat, but I love this vehicle for some reason. It's great. Maybe it's because I can't actually crash. I only take damage when I get hit by weapons. I'm at a tank. Half Asleep Vampire says, hey Oxhorn, my brother and I have watched you since 2016. We both have really bad anxiety, but watching your videos helps a lot. Thanks, brother. You're welcome, and thank you both for watching. In the end. Oh, come on. Whoops, I did it. So I guess we gotta get out, huh?
Redeploying.
are these abilities of mine? I still haven't figured out the shield thing. Every time I try to cast it, nothing happens. Where are ya? Ah, come on!
Get down!
Well, he dug into my shield pretty good there, but it's because the cover system wasn't really working for me very well. Wormy says, from punching horses to elevators, then maniac laughing while driving and shooting. Had to double check I was on Ox's channel. Go Ox! Thank you, Wormy. And then Jacob Teb says, Ox, they probably fixed this in the remaster. But in the original, if you rushed that gap and maneuvered it just right, you could wiggle, clip the Mako through and make the current fights much easier. Ah, I bet you they did fix it, because I couldn't get through. But maybe I should have tried harder. Save, says the chat. And Saignata with a tip. Thank you, Saignata. All right, I'll save. Roman on Facebook with a tip. Thank you, Roman. Oh! Ew. Oh, God. Well, that was tough. Not cheating if it works! Well, I mean, as long as you're not cheating. Why am I not doing 3 shots anymore? Got it! Finally! God! What was that? Crazy, stinking spider robot thing? The witchy dragon with a tip. Thank you, witchy dragon. Jeez, man. That sucker was awful. They put me behind a wall right up in the middle of the action. In order to survive this one, I had to back way the heck away, snipe off some of those jumping things, and work my way back up. MG says, Oxhorn, your level of patience is astounding. Well, I am the guy who sat there with Dylan in Fallout Tactics to just pretty much snipe off all the robots from across the map for the entire gameplay. That's how I got through Tactics. Oh, it would have been awful if that's what killed me. Okay. There's Tally. How you doing, Tally? Can I save? Yes! By the way, I understand what number 4 does. It completely refills my shield. It's on a really long time, but it refills my shield. Or 3, that's what 3 does. 4 is adrenaline. It like amps me up. There, see, I did number 3 and it completely refilled the refill. Ah. Let's get off of there.
Formed around the ruin after it was built.
Witchy Dragon became a bronze ox, thank you. Uh-oh. Oh, God.
Hello? Could somebody help me? Please? Can you hear me out there? I'm trapped. I need help.
Are you okay? What happened to you?
Listen, this thing I'm in is a Prothean security device. I cannot move, so I need you to get me out of it, all right?
Your mother is working with Saren. Whose side are you on?
What? I am not on anybody's side. I may be Benezia's daughter, but I'm nothing like her. I have not spoken to her in years. Please, just get me out of here.
How'd you end up in there?
I was exploring the ruins when the Geth showed up, so I hid in here. Can you believe that? Geth beyond the veil! I activated the tower's defenses. I knew the barrier curtains would keep them out. When I turned it on, I must have hit something I wasn't supposed to. I was trapped in here. You must get me out, please!
Rockland F says, there's your blue booty. Oh, what? Can we romance this one?
We'll find some way to help you.
There is a control in here that should deactivate this thing. You'll have to find some way past the barrier curtain. That's the tricky part. The defenses cannot be shut off from the outside. I don't know how you'll get in here. Be careful. There is a Krogan with the Geth. They have been trying different ways to get past the barrier.
A Krogan? With the Geth? Area not clear of enemies. Okay. Well, that did something. Hello. Oh, well. That was convenient to have a giant rocket engine right here blowing a big hole underneath. Okay, before we go under to rescue Blue Booty, we'll see if there's anything else back here. Signata became a silver ox. Thank you, Signata. Hey. Yes, indeedy. I'll take that. Not gonna argue. Here we go again. Is that all? That's all. Oh, I should really go. I gotta work on my Fallout Tactics video. Well, let's head down and see if she's okay first. Well, it's gonna trigger a huge cutscene, isn't it? Quick save. All right, let's go see. Cutscene be damned. Hey, lady, where are you? Oh, hi.
Oh, how did you get in here? I didn't think there was any way past the barrier.
We have to get you out of here before more Geth arrive.
Yes, you're right. I've seen enough of them to last a lifetime. That button should shut down my containment field.
There she is.
Any idea how we get out of this place?
She looks okay.
There is an elevator back in the center of the tower. At least I think it's an elevator. It should take us out of here. Come on! I still cannot believe all this. Why would the Geth come after me? Do you think Benezia's involved?
Saren's looking for the conduit. You're a Prothean expert. He probably wants you to help him find it.
The conduit? But I don't know...
Uh-oh.
What the hell was that?
These ruins are not stable. That mining laser must have triggered a seismic event. We have to hurry. The whole place is caving in.
Joker, get the Normandy airborne and lock in on my signal. On the double, mister.
Aye, aye, Commander. Secure and away. ETA 8 minutes.
Mister?
He needs to move faster.
If I die in here, I'll kill him.
Brian Sanchez says, fun fact, Asari, the blue booty, can mate with any species. Krogan, human, Solarian, Hanar, anything. Also, please, 5 more hours. Now, after this, I gotta go. Well, what would their babies look like? A crossbreed of any? Oh, no. What have we here?
Surrender. Or don't. That would be more fun.
In case you didn't notice, this place is falling apart.
Exhilarating, isn't it? Thanks for getting rid of those energy fields for us. Hand the doctor over.
Whatever it is you want, you are not getting it from me.
She'll stay with us, thanks.
Not an option. Saren wants her, and he always gets what he wants. Kill him. Spare the Asari if you can. If not, doesn't matter.
Right. Okay, find cover.
Spare the Asari if you can. If not, doesn't matter.
Why did his health come all the way up? What was that? Frog Raider says, remember after major missions to run around the ship and talk to your companions. Conversations can disappear if you wait too long. Thanks, I will. What was that? Did you see that? I had him down, his life was down, and then his life just came all the way back up. Wrong one. Oh my god, that shotgun of his killed me in just a couple of hits. Trying to heal myself and I can't. It says I've got 6 medical stuff left, but I'm pressing the button and it's not healing me. So Metagel says Signata. I tried it. I was pressing the button. Like I was spamming the button. You have to get your companions up. They have healing. How do I get my companions up? My companions are up and I'm trying to heal myself now. There we go. Finally, I heal myself. Try the shotgun. What was that? That was your shield boost, not healing. Ox, go after the Krogan first, then the Geth. I don't know, but the Geth dead. The Krogan tore me up.
Spare the Asari if you can. If not, it doesn't matter. Spare the Asari if you can. If not, it doesn't matter.
Move! Life came all the way back. What? What? Oh my God, what the heck? And I did it without reducing difficulty. We'll take it, says it. Yeah, we'll take it. Super cheese, says Joshua. Super cheese. That's how I win games. I just cheese it.
Too close, Commander. 10 more seconds we would have been swimming in molten sulfur. The Normandy isn't equipped to land in exploding volcanoes. They tend to fry our sensors and melt our hull. Just for future reference.
We almost died out there, and your pilot is making jokes?
It's a coping mechanism. You'll get used to it.
I see. It must be a human thing. I don't have a lot of experience dealing with your species, Commander. But I am grateful to you. You saved my life back there, and not just from the volcano. Those Geth would have killed me or dragged me off to Saren.
What did Saren want with you? Do you know something about the conduit?
Only that it was somehow connected to the Prothean extinction. That is my real area of expertise. I have spent the past 50 years trying to figure out what happened to them.
How old are you exactly?
I hate to admit it, but I am only 106.
Damn! I hope I look that good when I'm your age.
A century may seem like a long time to a short-lived species like yours. But among the Asari, I am barely considered more than a child. That is why my research has not received the attention it deserves. Because of my youth, other Asari scholars tend to dismiss my theories on what happened to the Protheans.
I've got my own theory on why the Protheans disappeared.
With all due respect, Commander, I have heard every theory out there. The problem is finding evidence to support them. The Protheans left remarkably little behind. It is almost as if someone did not want the mystery solved. It is like someone came along after the Protheans were gone and cleansed the galaxy of clues. But here is the incredible part. According to my findings, the Protheans were not the first galactic civilization to mysteriously vanish. This cycle began long before them.
Where'd you come up with this theory? I thought there wasn't any evidence.
I have been working on this for 50 years. I have tracked down every scrap and shred of evidence. Eventually, subtle patterns start to emerge, patterns that hint at the truth. It is difficult to explain to someone else. I cannot point to one specific thing to prove my case. It is more a feeling derived from a half-century of dedicated research. But I know I'm right, and eventually I will be able to prove it. There were other civilizations before the Protheans. This cycle has repeated itself many times over.
If the Protheans weren't the first, then who was?
I don't know. There is barely any evidence on the Protheans, even less on those who came before them. I cannot prove my theory, but I know I am right. The galaxy is built on a cycle of extinction. Each time a great civilization rises up, it is suddenly and violently cast down. Only ruins survive. The Protheans rose up from a single world until their empire spanned the entire galaxy. Yet even they climbed to the top on the remains of those who came before. Their greatest achievements, the mass relays and the Citadel, are based on the technology of those who came before them. And then, like all the other forgotten civilizations throughout galactic history, the Protheans disappeared. I have dedicated my life to figuring out why.
Wormy says, underage blue booty ox. I mean, she said she's 160 some odd years old, young for her species, but probably still an adult by her species standards.
They were wiped out by a race of sentient machines. The Reapers.
The Reapers? But I have never heard of. How do you know this? What evidence do you have?
There was a damaged Prothean beacon on Eden Prime. It burned a vision into my brain. I'm still trying to sort out what it all means.
Visions. Yes, that makes sense. The beacons were designed to transmit information directly into the mind of the user. Finding one that still works is extremely rare. No wonder the Geth attacked Eden Prime. The chance to acquire a working beacon, even a badly damaged one, is worth almost any risk. But the beacons were only programmed to interact with Prothean physiology. Whatever information you received would have been confused, unclear. I am amazed you were able to make sense of it at all. A lesser mind would have been utterly destroyed by the process. You must be remarkably strong-willed, Commander.
Okay, this isn't helping us find Saren or the conduit.
Of course, you are right. I am sorry, my scientific curiosity got the better of me. Unfortunately, I do not have any information that could help you find the conduit, or Saren.
I don't know why Saren wanted you out of the picture, but I think we'll be a lot better off if we bring you along.
Thank you, Commander. Saren might come after me again. I cannot think of anywhere safer than here on your ship. And my knowledge of the Protheans might be useful later on.
And her biotics will come in handy when the fighting starts.
Good to have you on the team, Liara.
Thank you, Commander. I am very grateful. Oh, I am afraid I am feeling a bit lightheaded.
When was the last time you ate or slept? Dr. Chakwa should take a look at you.
It is probably just mental exhaustion, coupled with the shock of discovering the Prothean's true fate. I need some time to process all this. Still, it could not hurt to be examined by a medical professional. It will give me the chance to think things over. Are we finished here, Commander?
We can talk again after you've seen the doctor. The rest of you, dismissed.
Mission reports are filed, Commander. You want me to patch you through to the Council?
Patch him through, Joker.
Setting up the link now, Commander.
We've received your report, Commander. I understand Dr. T'Soni is on the Normandy.
I assume you're taking the necessary security precautions.
Liara's on our side. The Geth were trying to kill her.
Benezia would never allow Saren to kill her daughter.
Maybe she doesn't know.
Or maybe we don't know her. We never expected she could become a traitor.
At least the mission was a success.
Apart from the utter destruction of a major Prothean ruin. Was that really necessary, Shepard?
The Geth were crawling all over those ruins. We were lucky to make it out alive.
Of course, Commander. The mission must always take priority.
Good luck, Commander. Remember, we are all counting on you.
Hoo-wee. We have a couple of codex entries to read, but doggone it all, I don't think I've got time. Let's do a hard save. Oh my goodness, that was that was an intense fight. I'm finding the combat mechanics a little clunky. It may just be that I'm not quite used to them yet. I missed a number of super chats earlier. Let me see if I can find them. Zane the Insane says, "You seem to be having." Okay, he sent this during the fight. "You seem to be having difficulties. Do you want to try assisted mode?" Thank you, Zane the Insane. And then he says, "Also use chem rounds. Upgrade as chat correctly suggests. This will prevent the Krogan from regenerating." Oh! Chem rounds keep them from regenerating? Oh, that's great to know. Thank you. The Witchy Dragon says you can use biotic lift to throw and then shoot. That's an enormous amount of coordination that I don't think I have, but I'll try. Also, when the weapon overheats, switch to a different weapon. I don't know, I think it takes longer to switch to a new weapon than it does to just wait for it to stop overheating. But again, I'll try it. Stefano says, use Unity to revive and use the weapons preferred for each class. If you give commands to your team, they are more useful. The thing is, I don't know enough to even give them commands. Like, I don't even know what I would command them to do. As for the weapons preferred for each class, what weapon is preferred for my class? I'm really liking this sniper rifle. What's my preferred weapon? And I don't know what Unity is, but I'll look it up. Signata says, use chem rounds. You won't get back up. And then Nixter says, use the Unity ability to get teammates up again. And then Julian Z says, Ox used Unity to revive a team mid-combat. Man, you guys are giving me all sorts of great information that I should have looked at during the combat. Anyway, ladies and gents, thank you for joining me for Mass Effect 1 Part 3 of today's live stream. We'll pick up with more Mass Effect next week. I'm going to try and choose different games to fill our Wednesday and Friday time slots. As for Thursday, we'll continue with Moons of Madness, though probably at a different time. I'm thinking Thursday night live streams are a bit too late for my schedule, so I might have to do a live stream on Thursdays during the day. Pistol and shotgun are your class specialties. Oh, says Ace and Manny. I see. Well, I'll have to make better use of them. Anyway, thank you all for joining. I'm going to try and get some work done on my tactics video. Wish me luck. Have a wonderful rest of your Monday. Happy Veterans Day to everybody. And I'll see you all, or Memorial Day. I said Veterans Day again. Happy Memorial Day to everybody. And I'll see you all again soon with more lore videos and more live streams. Bye-bye now.